on your mic there? Get close to you?
Okay.
You can, you just got.
Good evening. It's now 6 o'clock. We'd like to get started, so if you could all
find a place to sit, that'd be great. Great. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I guess the city clerk is out of the room for the moment, so I'll go ahead and do the roll call. Councilman Shada? Here. Councilor Johnson? Here. Councilor Chandler?
Present.
Councilor Wolf? Here. Mayor Pro Tem?
Present.
Mayor's present. And we'll have to check with the city clerk, but I don't think Mr. Bremner is going to be with us tonight in remote. That's okay, that's correct. So it shows that everyone's here except Mr. Bremner. All right, we have 5 discussion items this evening. The first of which is a City Hall design presentation by the Community Development College of Architecture and Planning, the University of Colorado, Denver. Denise, would you like to introduce the spokesman? Great.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. For several years, City Hall has lacked adequate space and functionality to house city staff and provide essential services to our community. Multiple city functions are located in City Hall, including administration, police, parking, municipal court, city council, as well as a Memorial Hall community use. This historic space is also in dire need of upgrades to accommodate the extremely high volume of use by staff as well as citizens. The current layout of the building is not conducive to an optimal work environment for staff's daily activities, storage, or even simple space for a break room. Over the years, the challenge before us has been funding to properly design and remodel the facility to functional standards. The Department of Local Affairs, commonly known as DOLA, suggested we utilize the University of Colorado architectural students for design options. During the last year, students from the College of Architecture and Planning Master's Program have drafted 5 designs for the City Hall space. We have those 5 attached for you tonight. Jeff Wood, sitting to my left, is the University Technical Assistance Coordinator from the University of Colorado, and he will facilitate the briefing, have each one of his students present their development design to the City Council.
Yeah, I'll give you a heads up. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And sir, if you give us your full name and address and your title, if you would, please.
I will do that. I'm Jeffrey Wood, and I am an architect and technical supervisor at the University of Colorado at Denver. My home address is 6854 Balsam Street in Arvada, and my work address at the University of Colorado is 1250 14th Street in Denver. Well, Roy took a lot of my thunder there, but I wanted to just say that there's I want to thank DOLA for making our program possible. We take graduate students in architecture and give them real-world experience and give them the chance to present design ideas that are based on the input that we've got from the stakeholders here in Manitou Springs. And we've worked on the project through the before and then through the COVID era, so it's been a little bit slow going, but I'm really glad that we can be here in person to meet with you. So we can go to a couple of slides down, and I'll kind of walk through. We sort of just heard about the program, but I kind of wanted to. I don't know if this will help or not. I think it's a little too far away, but I'm going to. There's a couple of issues that we had right from the get-go. One was Denise very magnanimously wanted to try to create some more office space, ideally with some natural light in all the offices. That was an important thing to her. And so trying to steal some space to find some natural light for all the new offices. And then in working with the chief of police, there was a couple of issues, one of which the chain of command for the evidence that they would take in the from alleged perpetrators and whatnot. there was too many ways that non-police officers could get access to the evidence area. And so we were looking at a few ways to address the chain of command of evidence, and then also to have a better way of bringing prisoners in without having to interact with civilians and with visitors to the police department and whatnot. So there was some specific issues, legal issues regarding the police department, and practical issues with regard to City Hall. And hopefully, among all the ideas that we're going to present to you, we will address most of them, hopefully all of them. I did want to say that what we prefer to do, but I'll defer to what you guys want to do. We'd like to go through all the schemes, couple-minute presentations, and then take any questions and comments from you. If you'd rather go scheme by scheme, we can do it that way, but I would defer to you to let us know what you prefer.
Does council have any objection to letting Mr. Wood proceed as he desires? As you wish.
All right, very good. So we have 5 schemes. I'm going to introduce Sarah Salazar, who's going to start with Scheme A, and I'm going to try and stand closer over there and maybe direct you through some of the areas with my handy-dandy laser printer, or laser pointer. This isn't, so. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It was such an honor to do this project. I've lived in a lot of places I'm a native Coloradan. I'm Apache Indian from here, but I've lived all over the United States, and this is the best city in America, hands down. So it was a big pleasure. It was a huge pleasure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the first concept, and we call it the Water Fountain Project. Well, I do. And the main issues that I was trying to approach were a police station that's dark, City Hall that's dark, and it's very squashed, and there's not enough bathrooms per code, which is a big issue. And the city managers have approached us for a functional, safe space for everyone, but not to spend a penny more than necessary. So what I have on my list are bathroom compliancy, which will be 6 bathrooms, a 200-person chambers room, 200-plus person event space for the public to use, and to bring in daylight for the people who who work in this space. So, and that will bring down electricity costs too, but also last, to ensure that this is historically significant and accurate. So I have 2, going to my plan here, I have 2 entries. One is to the police station and and to the paid parking tickets, which I've pulled the the ticket office into the police station. The second is it's the same entry that we all came in. It is pretty much the same, except that I've added a greeter's window to the left there. I've also expanded the city clerk's office and the city planning office for public interface, for proper public interface. Now, to the right is the new ballroom. It's a little bit smaller, but it still holds 250 plus people. I've pulled the kitchen to the back here and away from the windows so that this room gets full access to all the light and southern light during the day, no more blocking it off. And then to the right, we walk down to the more major of the moves that we've made is a plumbing wall, 6 bathrooms, 2 for police and 4 for City Hall, chambers, and the ballroom. And off of that, since it's already plumbing, is a new fountain. It's going to be the 12th fountain in Manitou Springs. And just behind it, I've put the new city council chamber room, which holds 200 plus people. And there's a window wall there that overlooks the new fountain. A few more things I want to point out before I finish up are all of City Hall offices now have proper light, which is, as we know as architects, is for their health. I've also added more vault space for finance there at the back of the chambers. And then the police department has mostly been, is what's taking up most of the new space, and it should be a really wonderful place to be. Private, the staircase is no longer a problem, it's all for them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. Okay, and our second presenter, sir, if you'll give us your full name and address.
Yeah, hi, my name's Taylor Heffelfinger, and my address is in Denver. It's 1010 East 13th Ave. I will be presenting Scheme 2. So we're just going to start at the front door, like the ones that we have there. And to the left in gray is the city clerk, which in this plan includes no changes. To our right is finance in gray. And the change that we've made here is we've utilized 830 square feet for another City Hall conference room, which you can see in that lavender color. As you continue to walk through the building, you will be met by a reception, which leads to city planning. That includes 2 offices, which is in yellow. As you continue, you will be met by a vestibule, which is shown in green. It's right outside of the ballroom, or this room. We've been calling it the ballroom. Storage to the left for the ballroom, which is 3,200 square feet, which is enough for 200 people, plus that stage, the kitchen, and a storage. That's in green. And then if you were to go to the right, that would be the new city council chambers, which includes a meeting room. The occupancy is large enough for 140 people, and that's in the orange. If now we'll shift our focus to City Hall, which is the lavender. That now includes 6 offices and 2 conference rooms, one of them which is previously mentioned. The police station we have in blue, which includes 6 offices, a sally port, an armory, booking room, control room, and then the original communications room, which is now accompanied by the parking office, which makes it easily accessible. That brings us to the second floor, which this is the scheme that we've expanded the second floor from. So the second floor is divided between City Hall and the police department. The City Hall, again, is in lavender, has now a new storage and contains the server room. The police department, again, in blue, contains storage and now locker rooms. And that's it for this design.
Thank you. And then our third presentation.
Hi there, I'm Justin Trammell, and my home address is 821 West Kettle Avenue in Littleton, Colorado. Okay, well, thank you all for being here. It's been, a long process, so it's nice to actually be in person and talk about the plans. So I'll be talking about the next 2 floor plans. Similar to what we saw prior to, the main strategy has been really to negotiate this ballroom space and give up the square footage of this ballroom space to give the ability to create new spaces. These next 2 plans, and probably the last one as well, probably reduce the demolition of existing walls the most. So this is something to keep in mind. So when looking at the floor plan here, again, that main strategy was to look at the ballroom and negotiate that space. So what has happened is to take the orange chambers room from its existing location and put it in the center of the building and have it in an axis or in alignment with the lobby space. So what that does is you walk into the lobby space, there's a very direct procession and movement into that chamber space, giving it a sense of speciality in its function. What that does is then push the ballroom to the remaining portion of the east side of the building to open that space up, similar to what we saw in Scheme 1, is the kitchen has been removed so that we get natural daylighting from the east windows. And then this one, we put the kitchen on the north end of the ballroom, which is also close to City Hall and maybe it could be shared for function. The rest of the storage of the ballroom is then put on the south end of the space, because I know there's our other community members that use the ballroom, so to ensure that that's still accessible for other community members. So when we look at the chamber space of where it used to be, we see the yellow and red. The 3 yellow there are new offices. This has been envisioned for the planning department. so that when people walk into the lobby, they're going to have the ability to access the clerk as well as those new planning offices for engagement. And then moving to the city hall, the major layout is fairly the same, but by scooting that ballroom over to the right-hand side, we have allowed the addition of a conference room that can be cored right in the middle of the building, adjacent to a lot of the different departments and easy access for different departments. North of that is storage and archive and copy rooms and office space, cored in the building that doesn't need natural daylighting. And then on the north side of the building, we've introduced new offices. So right now in this plan, there are 5 offices that will have natural daylighting on the north end of the building. We've also added some more offices south of that hallway there. So there's a total of 7 offices now in the City Hall department. And then for the police department, similar to what we saw as we're thinking about the access from the Sally Port or prisoners into the building. So that's been put next to the fire department and this building, and then allowing that corner, the southwest corner of the building, to be a kind of booking arrangement for the police department. We were definitely thinking about how to secure the evidence room. So a strategy in this plan to do so was to introduce a new stairwell that's more on the north side of the building. And that stairwell will only be accessible to the police department. That give the ability for the police department to enter the second floor and have a lockable space where the evidence room is. And we also kind of negotiated that space to make that evidence room a bit bigger to make that functional for the department as it grows. I'm sorry, I did forget to mention that in the chambers and ballroom, we've envisioned a soft wall in between the orange and yellow, green space there. So the idea is that having those two next to each other, you can make that space flexible. So if one event needs to grow in the ballroom, or if there's a large city council meeting, that wall or that kind of movable partition wall could be opened, allowing for a larger space. And then the last thing on this plan is that down where the new planning office are in the orange, we see a red room. So we've moved the parking office down into that red space, and that allows that parking office to access the waiting room with a service window. Thus, for people that need to engage with the parking office, that would be in the same waiting room as the police department engagement as well. So those two have been linked together. Okay, I think that's good for this one. If we can go to the next floor plan. So, a similar approach in a lot of ways, but, the big difference here is that the ballroom has been kept mostly intact. And I think out of all the floor plans, this is probably keeping the ballroom the closest to its original square footage. So it's directly north on axes with the lobby space, just as it is here. But the chambers room has been moved on that east side of the ballroom. Similar to what we saw prior, the kitchen's been removed so that we have daylighting on the east side of the wall. In this scheme, the kitchen's been moved to the north side. That way, the kitchen can still serve the ballroom when needed. And then we move the storage down on the south end of that ballroom to, again, facilitate community needs. So then looking at where the chambers room it was with the yellow and red, similar to the previous plan, there's 3 new offices here we're envisioning for the planning department. The parking office has been moved in this quadrant as well, but it's now facing the lobby in this scheme. So that puts the clerk, the planning department, and the parking office all serving the lobby space for folks. And this one doesn't show it necessarily in the drawing, but because the ballroom and chambers are next to each other, a soft wall could be imagined in this space too, allowing for that flexible space again. Looking at the city hall, again, a similar form that we saw in the previous plan, but we have 5 new offices on the north end, having that natural daylighting. In the core of the building are archive space for the city hall, a break room for city hall, and then a large conference room to serve the full building. The police department has been kept fairly similar. It's increased in some square footage because we use some of that ballroom space. But the layout is quite similar to the way it is now, but that new Sally Port has been put in, and that sequence from Sally Port through the booking has been implemented on the scheme as well. One big difference between this one and the previous is there is a new stairwell in this plan on the north end of the building, but that second stairwell, it's new, is accessible to the full building. So security in this one is a little bit different. Now that we look at the second floor, one would need to make lockable doors on the second floor. But the square footage here is kept the same, just an introduction of a new stairwell. All right, yeah, and I think I'll do it for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have one more.
I will also be presenting Scheme 5. So the focus on this is the design exploits the need to keep as much infrastructure as possible. So we tried to keep to supply, but keep everything as much as possible as we could. So if we enter the building, to the right, everything in gray, there's no changes there. To the left in this is the council chambers in its original location. We increased the square footage by almost 1,100 feet, or about 30%. As you continue forward, you'll be met with the ballroom entrance, which is about 3,000 square feet, and that is enough for 200 people. For this ballroom, circulation allows for the ballroom to become its own space. Entrance doors and bathroom placement keep the offices and police department separate and safe even after business hours. So the idea would be that you couldn't access the rest of the building. If you went to the left, entrance is access to the rest of the building. At first, you're met by the planning department, which is in yellow, and the vault storage. The restrooms act as a vestibule. They're in white, so you could use those restrooms, but also there is no access to the rest of the building. In the lavender, we have City Hall, which is composed of 7 offices, 6 of them which have natural lighting, a conference room with natural lighting, a printer and storage room, and the first floor also includes a break room that has access to natural lighting. The parking department in red is located next to the police department. And then for the police department, you would enter through booking, which includes a booking counter, 2 interview rooms, and 2 cells. On the other side of the booking counter are evidence lockers for short-term storage and the booking office. The police station also includes a patrol office, an armory, and 5 offices. And I've left the communication room the same. So the police department now controls the original stair, which brings us to the second story. The second story has 2 access points, each controlled by its own set of stairs. The set of stairs controlled by the police station leads to male and female locker rooms and room for evidence and storage, and the evidence is protected by access controlled doors. And the second set of stairs on the City Hall side would lead to finance records and the server room. And that's it for this plan. What? Oh, right. Oh, yeah, the elevator for, in the middle of the stairs, so the stairs would go around the elevator for ADA compliance.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Wood, did you want to kind of give us an overview?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for listening, first of all, and hopefully we were clear enough. We're happy to answer some questions that you might have. At the end there, we were joking about the elevator. The one thing, if we have a second floor that's really used by anybody who works for this city, we probably need an elevator. They're expensive to put in and expensive to maintain, which I can't, if you wanted to try not to put in the elevator, we could get some exemptions, given the fact that you have an historic building. But anyway, it seems like prudent to at least think about how one might be put in. Again, I don't want to underestimate or minimize the financial impact of an elevator, but it seems to me that it's probably required, strictly adherent to code. Other than that, we're doing quick presentations. There's probably nuances to each plan that we probably glossed over a little bit, and we'd be happy to answer anything you might have to wonder about or ask questions about. Otherwise, we're happy to listen to your comments.
Okay, thank you. I realize there's quite a lot here to assimilate and compare and whatnot. But council, I think let's come up with some questions and comments. Who'd like to start? Mr. Shada.
Yes, I'd like to appreciate my personal appreciation for all the work that's gone into these. Just some comments that I have. I think all of these have really great attributes, and while it's sort of, if we can maybe start with the last one, if it's possible. My comment on that one there is, it seems like to me that there needs to be some kind of doorway access back into the city office functions from that lobby. My other comment on that last one as well is I think the planning office space, I'm not really certain whether that was meant to depict only the planning space in terms of offices for them, or whether it was meant to be just sort of a meeting room. It appears like to me in that particular case, there's no way to get in and out of that room. Just seems like some little details there in terms of, seems like it's all walled off. There's no doorways.
It does look accurate that there's some doorways missing.
Yeah, exactly. So just some little things.
Those are called escape rooms,
Oh,
and we don't
okay.
actually
Oh, okay.
let you know how to get out of
Well,
them. Sorry.
Some people who have maybe gone through our planning process might think that sometimes that
Yeah, no,
happens that way.
That's
Since we
well,
have a rather complicated city with historic preservation and other things going on. Okay, then the next one up on that one there. Let me look and see here in terms of, yes, this one also has kind of this elevator thing too. I'm curious about, in this particular one here that hits me, is my general feeling over the years, having lived in Manitou for a long time, is that maybe our existing council chambers needs to be maybe only 50% bigger. I think there are some times that, and I'm not certain, I haven't been able to, I have to admit, I did not do the paper scissors thing to see how much bigger this one was, but it feels like this one's sort of kind of a lot bigger. And my only comment would be is I don't think it needs to be that big there.
I believe it says, and I'm going to have to trust the math on this, I think it says it's 65% larger.
65%.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
yeah. And does that also include all that ante-room and all that stuff in the back there in that calculation?
Most likely, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So,
Can I? Yeah, okay. And I think that there's one other thing that we didn't talk about it because it's just, it gets way wonky, but since you're asking about stuff, in general, we're looking at best practices of designing a city hall chambers. And if you're sitting at your dais, in terms of new code, you have to have a path of refuge outside the building in the event of some sort of problem. And so some of the stuff, I can't, my laser pointer's not working up there, but anyway, the back of the room right there, it's implied that you would have the ability to get up and walk out the building that way if in fact you needed to.
okay, so is that also true in the last proposal as well? Is that same paradigm? Doesn't seem like to me there's an
No, it does,
alternative.
because that's one of the downsides of leaving the building as it is.
Okay.
There could be some things that are,
Well, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
why what I was trying to figure out
Okay.
was, I don't know whether you've dealt with all, it sounds like to me, what you were just saying is that's a code compliance issue. And so it seems like to me, these designs ought to kind of reflect as much as possible that compliance is, if we're going to hold every design to the same standard.
I agree with everything you're saying. I think in truth, and I believe that the city council refuge, path of refuge, is what they call a best practices rather than a code
Okay,
issue. Again, if you were building something new, you would want to do that. When you were remodeling something, I think you're given a greater latitude to skip over that.
okay.
Then it becomes down to you as a city council, whether you want to make that, a program item. So,
So I guess what I'm kind of saying is there's things I like about each one of these, okay? And then the next one up, which is, I guess, number 3 here. I'm assuming that one there, that one has that compliance because council chambers can exit through the staff area, correct?
correct.
All right. And that one there, I guess my only other comment about the planning function and what like that, in that area there is, it just seems like to me, I don't know, I guess I tend to kind of think kind of hallways and stuff like that are sort of kind of like a huge waste of space or whatever in the planning office like that. I don't know as it needs to be all that terribly kind of chopped up in that case there. And this one still has an elevator on the top. I guess the other thing too that I would be also interested in is whether the police department in particular that has very kind of prickly requirements in terms of, handling, interviewing people, having people in custody and whatnot, whether all of these, meet their, requirements. I would hope we would want to check that out. And then the next one up is, I believe, number 2. This one here seemed to be just almost on the surface of it or whatever. I liked it because council chambers was a little bit smaller, okay, in that issue there. And I don't know why, it just seemed like to me that this one didn't have as much utilization of hallways and stuff going places. Maybe it's just an optical illusion or something like that. But I guess it would be helpful for me to maybe know, in each one of these designs, how much stuff is just sort of kind of traffic areas and whatnot. And then the final one at the top, I think this one here definitely gets kind of the award for the, things are not all chopped up in little rectilinear boxes. At least there's some sort of kind of interest with council chambers in that one. That one sort of is rather eye-popping from that standpoint. I'm trying to, I guess the other thing too that I wanted to ask too was, in all these designs, back to that requirement, especially the Sally Port, I noticed some of these designs had that and some didn't. And is that a requirement of the police department that we have that?
Well, I think requirement is something that they were asking for. We worked with the police chief and some of his staff talking about what would make their life easier. And certainly having a Sally Port would be one of those things that they'd want. Again, there is a programmatic issue that's going to be a wrestling match between the fire department and the police department. They have a stairway coming out of the upper level of the fire department, which really compromises the width of that Sally Port there. I believe, as an architect, that we could move the stairway and still make it functional, but it's money that it's not, it's easy for me to say move it because I'm not.
So just one
Yeah.
other thought on that I just had is currently right now, if we had, to my knowledge, there's no elevator in the fire department. So
No.
My other sort of kind of question would be in terms of if we were to kind of move that stairwell, is there sort of kind of a way we could kind of also address that problem at the same time? in
With the
terms of-
permission of the fire department, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I want to point out something, you just tapped into something that's an unusual code feature. Fire departments do not need to have an elevator, because it is implied if you are a fire person, that you are of able-bodied, you're not in a wheelchair or something
Okay.
that would require an elevator. So you're 100% correct, we could arrange something that would allow them to have good access there
Right.
if they were willing to do that.
Okay.
But they're not required to have an
Okay,
elevator.
all right, well, that's good to know. All right,
Yeah.
excellent. All right, thank you, that's all my comments.
Natalie?
Okay, so yeah, with number one, I think number one is definitely sort of the most visually interesting. I think that I would love also to hear from the police department and Chief Otto about recommendations. I would also really like to hear recommendations from the city administrator and staff as to which they like the most. The thing that I thought was interesting with, let's see, so 1, 2, 3, is it the fourth one then? Let me see, the fourth one. I liked that the city clerk's office, the planning department, the parking, and finance are all in the same entryway. So in terms of use, I really appreciated that opportunity. So I think for me, those were sort of my main pieces, were just sort of how is a person walking in the door using the space, and I liked that option. And then, again, hearing recommendations from the administrator and from the police department. And then just the feedback that the first one is the most visually interesting.
Thank you. Counselor
Thank you.
Chandler?
So is there a level 2 to the first presentation? Did I miss an upper level plan?
I believe we were just leaving it as it is right now. Do you
Okay,
wanna
so
speak?
there, okay.
Just to save money, I've taken the second floor and left it, but we did develop a great, beautiful one where 4 offices go upstairs, a server room for your computers and files, and a split staircase, so the police station can use half and City Hall can use half.
So there is, and I would love to see that if you could send that our way.
Yes.
And another question about elevators. Are all of these conceptual drawings look like they would be amenable to an elevator installation? Am I correct?
Yeah, I think so. I
I
think,
just-
I think this scheme, number one, does not have there's a lot of things about, if we start messing,
Right.
that's not a very professional word, if we start altering the second floor, it does bring into the elevator a second means of egress. We'd have to build a second stairway, which this does not have. The other thing which Sarah did not say when she mentioned the development of the second story, I believe that her second story plan would require exterior modifications that you'd see when you drove by City Hall. That, at least in our internal discussions, seemed like a bridge too far given the historic nature of the building, and we withheld that portion, assuming that maybe the police could, with a remodeled downstairs, the police could have their access and not have to share that upper level with anybody else but police officers, which I think presently they have servers and other stuff that City Hall needs to access. If we could kick City Hall out of there and just make it police, I believe we could leave it alone and maybe forestall the elevator and the other stairway. There's no doubt that this scheme as presented is probably the most expensive of the schemes, and so it seemed wise fiscally to withhold, not spend that money upstairs to sort of allow the fund money to be spent down here. I'm not being glib, I'm just saying, put the money where you really need it. So none of that's a satisfactory answer. We will certainly send you that second story layout. That's not a problem at all.
And I'm not, I just was curious
Yeah.
if all these, it was pretty clear to me looking at them that the first plan was certainly the most expensive, and then we went, you know, you introduced several plans that utilized more of the present space, so giving us lots of options there. And I think I want to echo what everyone else has said. These are outstanding presentations, and I'm really impressed. My takeaway favorite is a Plan A for a couple reasons. One, I really like the flow. I'm a real flow person, and this flows for me. It makes sense when I think about being an individual coming into a city hall, and we've got the clerk's office and the city planning office there, and then I really like the unique way that council chambers has been presented, and I can visualize that. Just a few little tiny things. In the ballroom, there isn't any storage, and I know that, you know, we utilize storage here. However, I can see in this floor plan how some other space could be utilized. For example, maybe the waiting area right there. But that would be one thing. And I'm not sure how fixated we are about having a stage, but this particular plan is amenable to maybe adding a stage. I do like that you concentrated the bathrooms all together. I know that is a great way to reduce the cost, and I just really feel that functionality is great. And with the police department and administration, I know the police department's going to be thrilled with all of these plans because they have 2 cells. We currently have just the one. So that's my takeaway favorite. I thought it was very, very unique. But I also want to acknowledge and appreciate that that as we go further, from a cost perspective, you have included some plans that are a little bit scaled to include more of our, you know, the space that we currently have. So, but I guess that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. Yeah, it's very exciting to really be thinking about this after many, 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 many years of needing to relook City Hall. I think that I don't know if you guys saw the rework of the Public Works building, but I think that that's had a tremendous effect on everybody. It's, you know, the community who's seen it loves it, the workers love it. So I think, you know, architecture is, and space planning is very, very important. Some things I really liked, in terms of comparing them one to the other, sometimes it's apples to oranges. Sometimes it talks about occupancy. Sometimes it talks about square footage. So it's just a minor detail. I really liked the concept of having the upstairs as well. I think space is always going to be important, and although I do understand the cost implications. I too don't know if we need such a huge council chambers as some of them had. But that being said, I really like the concept of being the soft wall and multifunctional. I think anytime we can do that, that's really important. I love that, you know, looking at light, getting enough natural light in here, I think that that's important. And then I wanted to go back and talk a little bit about the history of this building. I don't know if you had access to much of that or not, but the Mansion Spring Pavilion was built in 1910. In 1921, Lorraine Gardens Dance Pavilion incorporated that. In 1922, the Dance Pavilion was converted to a roller skating rink and a moving picture theater. In 1933, the Army remodels the dance hall into barracks for a CCC headquarters. Then in 1943, Manitou purchases the building and turns it into a recreation center. The USO actually performed at Lorraine Gardens, which is here. And the Manitou Springs Women Club actually helped the city purchase the building. That being said, there's a lot, unlike just a cold city hall, there's a lot of history and emotion tied up in this building. So even if we didn't want this to be a place where people felt welcome and invited to, and I think that that's really important in this community, that people feel very comfortable coming in here, I think that the ties to this building are very important as well. And that being said, I think a next step is definitely to get this out to the community and get the community's input on this. And I too definitely want to hear staff's assessment of all of these and how it would work from those people who have to actually work here, as well as those people who have to use, the citizens who have to come in and use it. So thank you.
If I can respond real quickly, I think, and I'll let Administrator Hal weigh in on this specifically, but part of our function that we like to do is have community meetings specifically to talk about this kind of thing. We wanted feedback because one thing we don't necessarily want to do is show a scheme to the public that the city council and the stakeholders here don't really want to proceed with. And so and also sometimes having 5 schemes can be, it's too many. It's maybe too many even right now, but what we would love to have is be able to cull this down to 2 or 3 schemes and present them to the community writ large, assuming, we could have a large-scale meeting where the community would participate and then get their feedback and also get their buy-in, make sure that they're content with it. So community input it's essentially, we didn't really talk about our mission statement really, but we, as kind of a DOLA-funded entity, what we're really trying to do is unlock the DOLA funds that they might have to kick in to help with this. And when you're filling out the grant application, one of the most important thing is community engagement. Did the community see and does the community want this? There's no sense building a library if the community doesn't want a library. And so they want to know that. And so we stand ready whenever this council and Administrator Howell and the city folks say, let's go, let's meet with the city, we're ready to help with that. And even with some refinements based on your comments and stuff. None of this is like a complete finished thing. We're looking for input, and what we'd ideally like to do is come back at you with 2 or 3 called down schemes that have addressed all your questions so that we can have that as our final mountain to climb. So sorry to interrupt in the middle there.
No problem. Thank you. Councilor Wolf?
Thanks, and I also appreciate all the hard work that went into this. I just have questions that don't have to be answered today, but that come to mind for me is with respect to the ballroom. We're talking about adding, I guess, all this conference room space to the library. We're talking about maybe Hiawatha Building being some kind of a community and/or ballroom type space. The library, the school district wants to expand and have all this extra space. I just, before we go forward, which I know won't be for a long time, I'd like to just be assured that we're not duplicating efforts and that we really do need a 200-person ballroom in this building. I guess that's really it. I just thought, do we need 6 bathrooms? Do we need a waiting room? Do we need a conference room and a ballroom? Will the ballroom typically be used, evenings and for big meetings or to be rented out for private events? If that's the case, why can't you go in the ballroom to have your conference during working hours? Why do you need a separate conference room? So just in terms of use of space, I just had some of those questions. And that's it. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
If I can just respond to one thing that
Sure.
the council member said. The bathroom conundrum is a difficult one because when we're gauging how many bathrooms we need, we have to assume that you're using your ballroom at capacity and there's a city council chambers meeting that night that is super controversial and everybody's here. And so unfortunately the code doesn't let you say, oh, that's never going to happen because it might. And so we have to have enough bathrooms. So your point about not having a ballroom is really important because there's bathrooms associated with having that ballroom because we're assuming there's 200 people in there. And so if that's office space or storage or whatever, the bathroom situation recedes quite a bit. So there's a little juggling act there. I also wanted to say as the mayor pro tem had mentioned about the women's club that helped the city buy the building, I believe they're still involved, am I right? So part of our mission statement was to make sure they didn't feel like we were giving them short shrift. We were always kind of giving them a decent space to have the women's, this ballroom function in some way. So we did shrink it a bit, and that's about it. I'm done, sorry.
No, that's okay. That's good to hear comments up front here before we push too far on things. I guess I'm intrigued by all these designs, and I think I see a certain degree of danger in that. I would agree with you. I think as this moves towards a public process, that if the public has maybe a choice of 3, that would be sufficient. So I'd like to see this kind of winnowed down. I'm very interested, as other council members have said, in what the people actually work here, what they think of it, what the city administration and the police and so forth, if they can walk through these some and figure out what's beneficial and may and identify those things that maybe are not optimal. There were several designs here that appeal to me in the sense that there's an outside, there's like what could be a 24-hour access to the police department. That's what we have now. I think that's important. I think a couple of designs don't have that. Yeah, that's a minor, or that's I think maybe an idiosyncrasy of my own, but I do like the idea of when somebody's in need, if they need help, that they can get to the police. Look like a couple of designs include a balcony around the backside here. That's kind of in keeping with our love of the creek. I realize sometimes our love of the creek becomes impractical, but that's a point that I think is worth mentioning, and I don't think anyone else mentioned that. Other than that, I think the comments that other council people have made are germane, and I like that. What we're asked now to do as a council is to provide some direction as to what we want to do with this. Yeah, Mr. Shada.
I have one other question. I'm
Shoot.
intrigued with this number 1, and I guess I just wanted to ask, and it didn't occur to me when I was reviewing these earlier in the week. Looking in this number 1 here, where there is a long hallway, fountain, and whatnot, and then some entrances back to some city offices. In that area there, is that positioned correctly so that possibly in the future, if we did need to do a staircase and an elevator, would it fit there? Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, without, again, getting my paper scissors out, okay, in terms of doing that kind of thing there. So I think the thing that's intriguing to me about this first one here is, even though I think it has some sort of kind of some rather interesting dimensions to it, I think that's a really important thing without the elevator and without completely, as I understand, reconfiguring the second floor, that essentially the second floor can be just left alone, correct? And that sounds like, to me, that could be very expensive with some of these other designs in terms of repurposing that.
When we're adding on a second floor, there's obviously loads that need to come down, and there's going to be engineering stuff, whereas if we leave it alone, we're kind of not implying new loads. So
then a next question, if in the future we do need to utilize that space, I'm assuming that we could probably access and reinforce those load features without disturbing the first floor?
You are thinking ahead in a really dramatic and cost-saving way, but yes, what you would really want to do is have a master plan that sort of guesstimated what you had in mind and said, well, we think in the future if we wanted 4 additional offices and whatever else it was, this is what it would look like, and these are the loads that we might need to consider. And yeah, you could, for a very small amount of money in terms of relative to remodeling.
Do the future proofing.
Yeah, you could do the future proofing, right? Yes, that would be the way to go for sure, but it's sometimes hard because you never know what the future is going to bring.
Right, got it, thank you.
Good, thanks, John. Those are good points. Well, actually, Denise, would you like to speak to this? Let's get your thoughts.
Yeah, this has been a long process, and it was during COVID, and it was challenging. We did everything kind of Zoom, and since then, we've had a new police chief. So there's some feedback that we need to know direction from you. I don't want to go out and, because they did offer to do charrettes and go out and do public comment, and that's part of their process. But I really wanted to know if you wanted us to move in that direction with everything else that is going on and get staff more involved. So this is preliminary work, and we've been doing it for the last year and a half, trying to find time that we can all meet with COVID and people out and all of those things. So they have done phenomenal job, and I think the creativity, and they've asked for feedback. We've given some, but the next step is really to get feedback from you and then the public. And again, they would make changes accordingly and come back with another plan and move forward. So that is, we're just asking direction from you and how you want us to proceed.
Good, thanks Denise. John?
I think the other comment I'd like to make is I think I would hope that we're beyond the era of having to have restrooms that are marked, gender specific. I think we're in an era where I think in a remodel like this, I think it's almost like a restroom ought to be a place in which you can go. Maybe there's one restroom that's particularly marked with more baby changing and children kind of amenities and things like that. But it seems like to me all the restrooms ought to be, you're a human being and you need to use the facilities. And that would be about my only comment about sort of kind of the gender specific kind of design in especially number one here. And I don't mean to pick on that one. It may be true on the rest of them as well. But I hope in general with the city that we would move in that direction of in all our designs that we don't have, gender specific. I think we're a progressive enough community, we can get beyond that. I know this is still a big topic in certain, communities and whatnot, but I always appreciate that when, there's obviously a restroom that's available, but it's marked women.
Right.
And, sometimes I kind of feel a little self-conscious about ducking into the ladies' room, so to speak, even though it's maybe only for one person, you know what I mean? Thank you.
Let me just really quick respond to that. I think in some cases, the unisex or gender neutral bathroom is a very easy and expedient, cost-effective way to go. Where it gets a little bit hairier is if you have a multi-stall you can build a 4-stall bathroom for women and 4 for men with less square footage than you could do 8 unisex bathrooms. And that doesn't necessarily mean you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that I just wanted, in terms of, there is some cost benefit analysis. I will say that your viewpoint, though, in terms of having, primarily unisex bathrooms will, at the end of the day, be an effective way, an efficient way to go, for sure. It makes a lot of things easier. So that's good to hear. So.
One question that just came to mind is, I think probably we're going to have to think about a timeline as to what we want to do and how long we can take. You've got some students here who've done a great job and they're invested in this. I don't know if they get their final grade now and they go away, but if they're, what I'm thinking is if we've got talent, we don't want to lose it. So I'm looking to you, Mr. Wood, for, would we be done with your project now, or can we interact and maybe winnow this down to say 3 designs? What's your timeline? What's your staffing capability relative to us?
My timeline is really your timeline. We're funded by DOLA, and they want us to make our clients leave clients happy behind when we're done. So you did hit on something that is important, and that is my students are only students for a certain amount of time. But I think I have most of them for about 6 or 9 months still. So we have a little bit of time to work with. I would love for them to see this come to fruition in not necessarily construction, but at least some sort of decision on how you might want to proceed, or at least have some sort of community input meeting at some point before they're done. I like some of the comments that you've made tonight are the kind of things that we sometimes gloss over because we get used to seeing things like doors missing and stuff like that. It does mean something more to them when it comes from you than when it comes from me. So I'm glad. And so I really, it's great. And by the same token, it's great to stand in front of a community and present your idea and have them either say, that's great, or we don't like it, or why are we doing this at all? That's the kind of thing that we all need to hear. And so to answer your question long-windedly, we're at your disposal until Denise says we're done and then we're not going to consider it anymore, or if you've decided on a plan. It may be different students. There are at least 2 students that you saw here tonight who are no longer employed by us. This isn't a class, they get paid. So this is an internship program, and when they graduate and they move on, and hopefully I'd like them to be here for the end, but if not, we will continue working until you say we're done.
Great, thank you. Counselor Chandler?
So as a next step, I would really like to have the input of the staff that works in this space to help us winnow it down to 3 and have their input. And then from there, if we can come down to 3, then proceed with community engagement on 3 designs.
I could support that, I like that. Other council members? Counselor Wolf, please.
Yes, I was going to suggest the same thing, and if they could in particular, and I don't want just the department heads, I'd like actual staff who have space in buildings, in this building, to have an opportunity to see all of these, and if they could, each one of them, 1, 2, 3, what's their favorite, so that we could get an overall sense of which 3 might work best for most of the staff. That would help inform us to decide how to go forward with the community perhaps, or at least take that into consideration.
Right, yeah, I think we're maybe coalescing towards being able to provide some direction. Natalie?
I just don't want to drop Julie's point about Hiawatha Gardens and potential duplication of spaces in the community. So I don't know how to have that conversation in a timeline, but I just don't want to miss that in this.
No, I get that, and we've really got several significant projects coming on, and that's a good question. Is there going to be a duplication of effort? So, 5 years from now, we find ourselves, overbuilt and in some ways and underbuilt in others. That's a good point. We don't know. I think it's fair to say we don't know what the timeline is, where the future of Hiawatha Gardens. By the same token, we're not sure of the library, although that's somewhat more remote functionality as opposed to what we're looking at here. Natalie?
I just think it is safe to say there is not going to be a ballroom attached to the library or the school, so.
I get that, sorry.
Is there consideration, is there space in Hiawatha for a ballroom type room or no? I thought I heard about ballrooms, so I hate for us to get, all ballroomed up here if we're going to be ballroomed over there. That's something staff won't be able to decide. They can tell us which office spaces work best for them, but thank you, Natalie. I would like to have some discussion, because if there is room over at Hiawatha for a ballroom, that would free up so much additional space here for offices and storage and everything else that might otherwise get shoved up into a new second floor at some point. So that's something we should look at. I don't know when necessarily. I think we can still move forward with asking staff if there's any particular design that they think works best for them. But yeah, I think we need to talk about Hiawatha at some point.
Could I comment on that?
Yeah, Counselor Chandler?
So my thoughts on that is it's great to have that conversation, but looking at all 5 of these plans, and there are several conference rooms and some waiting rooms. I can certainly see a time when if we had some extra room, the other departments might go, gosh, we'd really like to take over that space. And another thing I was thinking with these designs along those lines is, we may be able to rent out more of the space that we have. For example, a wedding. I mean, we've had wedding or an event where they need a staging area. We could rent a conference room out with it. So we can get real creative with the space we have and monetize some of these things when we're thinking about renting the space out. So just a thought.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure, just specific to Hiawatha. The current architect that we've been working with is a historian or historic architect or whatever. And his assessment at this point in time is that it does not make sense to divvy up Hiawatha Gardens into small sections. Currently, Hiawatha Gardens dance floor is larger than this room is. Now, we would have to, put in storage and so on down there as well. But I don't think that we will likely see that being split up into small sections. It'll be retained. It only makes sense to retain it as a large functional area.
So in that case, then, do we need 2 ballrooms in town?
I do think that's an excellent discussion.
I mean, apparently, the assignment for all this work and all these students was to put in a 200-person ballroom for some reason. And I thought we were going to move that over to Hiawatha, and then we'd have all this extra room here for the staff. But I guess they were assigned to keep the ballroom here. So, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to have staff go all the way down to Hiawatha. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if we need 2 ballrooms I mean, it'd be nice if we could rent it out and make money, but do we really need, is there a need for that? I wouldn't know the answer to that. But we should talk about it before we go, crazy on this.
Another thing that I think was very useful is in the briefings this evening, when the various architects, or architects-to-be, whatever, talked about what was specific to their design. Like, I heard things like, I did this because it would let in extra light, or I did this because it would reduce the infrastructure changes, and so on. So I think maybe a little paragraph that why some of these things were done is it was very illuminating for me tonight and very, very helpful. So that would have been helpful to have read ahead of time as well. That's all I'm saying. And I think it would be helpful for the community as well to know the reasons why some of these things were done, as opposed to just seeing the schematics, which were very helpful, but still a little bit more on rationale. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, I guess, Denise?
Let me just address the ballroom. We started this before we knew which way Hiawatha was going, right? And one of the things I know, Nancy, you may be able to talk about is Hiawatha may be open pavilion or maybe a closed pavilion. I don't know which way that's going to go for sure. You may know that better than
the
I.
intent is absolutely to close it.
Okay.
It'll be windows, but it'll be, instead of just canvas over the windows, it will be windows. So it will be used, it can be used in all seasons.
Okay, so that's part of it. I will say, I think Megan, who does all the rentals, will say that 2 ballrooms would be used almost every weekend during the summer, if that's what this community wants. This is for you and the community to decide is what do you want and how do you use it. We could definitely use the ballroom space here for offices and help the police department even expand a little bit more in some other areas. But when we started this, we did not know the direction of where Hiawatha was going and not sure what that decision, or the library. This was started almost 2 years ago when COVID just started to hit.
And I think John Shada made an excellent point about retaining some flexibility for future requirements and needs is important as well. So that's kind of a consideration as well.
I guess just to follow up, if we had 2 ballrooms that were being used constantly during the summer, what does that do to our parking situation? We have no place to park now, and that is with Hiawatha Gardens not being used and its future not having been determined. No vision really is taken any kind of final form on that. If we're not using this, we're still out of parking places. to say that we're, for instance, going to get into the wedding event business and that we're going to knock out 2 or 3 weddings per facility, have 2 facilities and do that in June when we're already parked up, I just don't see that that's realistic. So I think there's quite a bit of, we unfortunately, we have conflicting and interdependent problems here. My thought would be that we go ahead with this building, treat this as a separate problem or situation, wouldn't try to get down to 3, perhaps 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. Seems like there's support on council to do that. And query the city staff, everybody, police, and then perhaps somebody plays the role of the user, just the citizen who comes in and tries to pay a water bill. Work through that, maybe take, I'm thinking 2 to 4 months. We get through budget season. Yeah, I know city staff already has plenty to do, so I don't want to levy unreasonable requirements on them, but I guess that's how I kind of see it going forward. Julie?
So is that your way of saying, I want to go forward with the ballroom being here? I know you're not a fan of Hiawatha and you want it to be demoed and everything, but most people don't want that. And we've already been told by Nancy that the historic guy said, oh, this would be a great place for a ballroom. It's already huge, it's already here, the big wood floor is there. So why, and then you just said, oh, well, we shouldn't have 2 ballrooms because there's not enough parking. So let's just have the ballroom here at Manitou Hall, City Hall, instead of, I mean, that's the implication, is you want the ballroom here. You said you don't want 2 ballrooms. So if you want it here and you want staff to choose 3 and all 5 drawings, the ballroom's here, so what does that mean?
Well, that's a good point, Julie. I guess I would still like to have a ballroom or a large meeting room here. I like the idea of taking council chambers, having the movable partition and expanding council chambers into something that we could use for a big public meeting or a big event. We've had, concerts in this room previously, so if we still had that function, that would be cool. I mean, John made, I think, a great point. Think about the future, and do we want to build some capability in here so that we could expand it if necessary? I hadn't really given any thought to that. I think that's worth thinking through before we get too far down the road. And you're right, do we want to have two ballrooms or 1 ballroom? And, it's a really good question. The problem is we've got these sort of problems on our plate right now, and it's, I think, in some ways unfortunate because they're so interleaved and interdependent in many respects. But I would still go ahead with the ballroom here, hopefully with the idea that we'd also be able to use that as a public space.
Okay. So you want 2 ballrooms? I mean, you didn't
No.
answer my question.
Okay, sorry. Well, yeah, I'm a skeptic on Hiawatha Gardens. I was down there again Saturday. I've actually crawled under the building a little ways and taken a look at the foundation. I think it's better than what I'd expected. So, I guess my question is, what does it cost, and would it really satisfy a need that the city has? Now, that's a Hiawatha Gardens question.
You want to, I understand, that's a really good question. What's it going to cost? All that stuff, we're going to be working on it. So you want to make this decision now about the ballroom being here, even though we might not, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me, John.
Okay.
I'll leave it alone because I don't want to be obnoxious, but
No.
you're not making sense to me.
Sorry. Got it.
The other thing that I'd like to see too is possibly a design in which is a pay-as-we-go design. Okay?
You mean like phased?
Yes, a
Yeah.
phased design, so that we don't have to get into this whole rubric of doing a big bond issue and everything else. I think staff has already shown that we remodeled some space up in Public Works, and we did that within budget in, a very incremental way, you know what I mean? And I'm wondering whether some of these designs could look at it from that standpoint as well, in terms of, in other words, what are the big things that we really need to knock off? I have a sense that maybe one of them is the police department, as an example, okay? And, a phased approach. I think that would also be really helpful too, because then that way, some of these kind of issues that maybe Julie and whatnot and the mayor are entangled with a little bit, we can sort of kind of in a phased way, kind of kick that can down the block a little bit until the solutions are not emerged there. So that would just be my comment, is sort of a phased approach.
We can certainly do a phased approach, and I think that there is one other thing I need to broach, and that is, I kind of assumed, but I wasn't clear on the fact that we have a new police chief. And we laid this process out that we've reviewed here with the previous police chief, and I think it would be only fair to the new police chief to meet with him maybe sometime sooner rather than later and have maybe a Zoom call or something like that and kind of go over our process and see if it meets his or her, needs in terms of what the police department should be when it's completed. Because this was based on not one person, but the previous chief's vision, and I would think that would be a good thing to have the new chief weigh in.
I'd like to hear from all of the police, and I'd like to hear from all of the employees that have offices in this building and not just the department heads. But yeah, that's a great idea. And also, I like your idea, John Shada. So if that might work out well for both of us, because if we're starting in places like the police station and so forth, by then, when we get to the ballroom section of the building, perhaps by then we'll have a clearer vision on what's happening, if anything, with Hiawatha, and then we can make a sound decision about whether we really want one or two ballrooms or how that might work. So I think that's a good solution.
Okay, great, because I don't see that we're going to have the money to do any of this right away. So we've necessarily got a little bit of time before we come to a final decision.
If we're applying to DOLA, was DOLA going to potentially fund part of this? I thought that was...
DOLA one of the advantages of doing it in phases is you could actually apply for several. Now, I need to be clear about the DOLA funding thing. There's a lot of, how much money do they have in the pot? How many other worthwhile projects are in the series right then? I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket all the time. They may not, even if you had all your ducks in a row, they may not be able to fund it at that here. They have like 3 hearings a year, so you might get bumped back to another hearing. It's a worthy project, and so I don't think that at the end of the day, I think that they would participate. They usually would have a 50% match. So if the project's going to cost $1 million, you're going to have to come up with half a million, and they're going to contribute $500,000. If it's a $2 million project, they would kick in $1 million if they found it to be a good project. So, yeah,
And a lot of it, as you've mentioned, is where DOLA is. I will tell you this, next year, their funding is limited. It has gone down some. So it will depend on where the funding is for DOLA. The other option that we've talked to Clay about a little bit is this is in a floodplain. So there are certain things that we're going to have to discuss with them to have them help fund this. But again, this was preliminary work, just seeing how you wanted to move forward, and then we can continue to move that accordingly. It was just Clay and I talking and saying, how can we get some plans to start this? And that's how we started this process.
Okay. So Julie, I think we realized that we don't have to make that decision right away. We've got a little time, and this is going to take time. And I don't want to say we have too much time, because I think we need to act on this and move steadily, because this is a multi-year project. But if council thinks this is okay, and it seems like the sentiment is that we want to survey the staff, and then to include the police, and think about what the citizen user would experience when they do this, move this down to 3 flavors before we farm it out to be presented to the community. Because I think 3 is maybe a number the community can handle. Too many is just, we'll spend too much time back and forth with various kinds of conversations. That would be my thought. Does council have any different ideas or objections? So I guess the timeline then would be, and I would look to the city administrator to, maybe you could give this some thought and think about what a reasonable time, because I know we've got a bunch of projects we're trying to finish before the end of the year, and we have budget season, so there's a great deal that, and we've had some sickness, some people out. So maybe you could,
I'll work with Jeff and we'll put together a time frame of when staff can come together, when they can present to staff and how that looks, and if they can come down for a day and do different times and stuff. So we'll work on that and then I'll get back to you.
okay, does that seem reasonable to council? Okay. And does that make sense to you, Mr. Wood?
Absolutely. In
Okay.
fact, I was thinking you were going to do like have people look at it and sign off on it or give their comments. I would much rather do what Denise, Administrator Howell, just said with regard to presenting to the community, I mean, to the staff, if we could arrange a time to get an hour of their time to talk it through and hear what they have to say. I agree that that's a step that oftentimes gets skipped, which I think is great because the end user is oftentimes, by definition, they're going to be the people most affected. When we ask the community, where should the finance window be, they may have their opinions about it, but it's really the people that are going to be working the window that care how it's all configured. So I agree, having them give us some input would be great. When we talk about giving 3 schemes, it doesn't have to be exactly these. We can manipulate these around. I assume we're going to have a hybrid 3 schemes. It sounds like scheme 1 is fairly popular. That actually was pretty popular with the staff as well when we canvassed them early. Or I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but we can maybe come up with that with a little modification and 2 other schemes based on your comments tonight, and go forward as you guys see fit. We really are here until you say either no mas, we just want to talk to you anymore, or we've kind of made a final decision. So that's our goal, is to serve you guys. So
Great, thanks. Well, I think we can move productively. I think this was a fruitful meeting, and then there's been good work done here, and I think we all want to see the momentum carried forward. So great. And I'd like to thank the students, Sarah, Taylor, Justin, Mr. Wood. Thank you very much. We appreciate your efforts and your creative thought. Council, how about we take about a 10-minute break or so? We come back about 25 of. Okay, if we could go ahead and get started then, please. Okay, our next our next discussion item is, it's on redistricting, and this goes back to last week. Council had raised some concerns about the current redistricting that's going on. The first thought was to refer this to Mark Snyder, who he arranged for us to have a couple other presenters tonight. I believe we have Mr. John Mikos. Mr. Mikos, if you could introduce yourself and your associate, please.
Sure. My name is John Mickes. My address is 16948 Park Trail Drive in Monument, Colorado. And my colleague.
Hi, I'm Katie Chukas, and my address is 1030 Big Valley Drive in Colorado Springs.
Great, thank you. And just for council's benefit, Mark Snyder had to be in Denver this early part of this week, and then he's in Washington next week. So he said these two would really be smarter than he is anyway, so that's good. All right, you have the floor.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Our purpose tonight is to describe for you, as we best understand it, the redistricting process, where that stands and where it's going, with a particular focus on the state legislative map, but we can make reference to the congressional maps if that is of interest. We have about 5 or 6 slides, and then we'll pause for your questions. There is one item of disclosure that I want to make up front. I am a party officer. I'm the county chair of the El Paso County Democratic Party, but political parties have been following this process pretty closely, so I think I'm able to speak to it, and I'll do my best to withhold any partisan comments and just speak to kind of the facts. So with that said, this presentation is on Colorado legislative redistricting with a particular focus on how it impacts Manitou Springs. So just a little bit about where we're at right now in the redistricting process. I think everyone is likely well aware that the Colorado Constitution was amended under what's known as Amended X and Y, which created independent redistricting commissions to redraw the boundaries as are required by federal and state constitutions in conjunction with the decennial census. And so that instead of those redistricting maps being drawn by the political bodies, they would be drawn by independent commissions, one for the legislature, one for the congressional districts. And those districts, those commissions would kind of work under the purview of the judiciary and appointment process. There are 2 commissions. They're actually supported by one staff. So there's a common staff, common website, those types of things for those commissions. There were some delays in their work because the decennial census results were delayed as well. They were expected in March, and they didn't come until later in the summer, which gave them a shorter time frame to draw those maps. There is a process where there have been maps released, and then a period of public comment, and then another map release. So where we are right now is we just saw yesterday what is the second map that was presented. Just in terms of terminology, the first map was called the preliminary map, and the second map is called the first staff map. Okay, just so if you see the first staff map, it's actually the second map. They're on a fairly tight timeline, and it's similar to what's going on in the congressional, but if you look in the right, so that map came out yesterday, and that's what we'll show you here in a moment. There was a presentation this afternoon regarding it. There'll be some hearings that are coming up this weekend and may in fact be, unless the rules change, the last opportunity for public comment. So, and then there's a whole process where the districts will get some additional guidance. They'll make another second, and then if they have to, a third, and then submit those maps to the Supreme Court for review in October. Not on this timeline, but just to give you a sense, so that, and I'm abbreviating here a little bit, those maps will go in October to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will sort of grade the paper, send it back to the commission. If they think there's revision, the commission will have one opportunity to make any additional changes. And if the Supreme Court agrees with that, they'll accept the map. If not, they'll go ahead and finalize it without any further revision. The bottom line is this: all will be said and done by December 29th on the state legislative maps, and by, I think, December 15th, if I remember correctly, for the congressional maps. So fast-moving train, and that's what the timeline is for the redistricting commissions. So I'll spend a moment on what the current map looks like, the one that just came out yesterday that has public comment on the House district. Then Katie will describe the Senate district and then talk to the public comments. So what I'm about to show you is Staff Map 1, which was released yesterday and is now about to become open for public comment. Just big picture, and then we'll zoom into Manitou Springs. So within El Paso County, there will be 8 full House districts and 1 partial House district. There are 65 House districts in the Colorado Assembly. In the current maps, our current status quo, we have 8 House districts, and we'll increase a little bit because El Paso County's population has grown proportionally somewhat larger than the state as a whole has grown. So we're now at 8.5 districts. The way they've drawn these maps is 8 of those, which are those numbered districts, will be wholly contained within the county. The 9th partial district off to the east, there's no number there, but the number is 64. That district actually runs from the east all the way to the Kansas border. So, because it's less densely populated, it geographically covers a wide area. The important point, or I think the relevant point to this audience, is that Manitou Springs, under this map, would be in what is known as House District 20. So just by reference, your current House District is House District 18. So there's some renumbering. So this is the new 20, and again, not finalized. Just to drill down on that a little bit, so that House District lies in the same House District, the Eller Purple, with the western part of Colorado Springs. Okay, there was quite a bit of comment in the last period. The previous map had, I'm summarizing a little bit, but had Colorado, Manitou Springs, and the western part of Colorado Springs in different House districts, and it was both from the west side and from the business district, and that was there were a number of community leaders who commented on that. They thought that there was more of an economic ties between Manitou Springs, the west side of Colorado Springs, and the downtown. A number of city council members within, at least one city council member within Colorado Springs made some comments about the economic interests that tie the two communities from a tourism point of view and from another points of view. It would appear that the commission heard that and has redrawn that map in a way to combine Colorado Springs with the western parts of Colorado City. We did some looking today. It appears to us that that all of the city boundaries of Manitou Springs lie within 20, but just outside the environs of Manitou Springs, and there is a different district, and that's 18. and that's that yellow area there. So that is the map. I will make a point, and this is not a partisan point, it was released in the numbers that by the commission today. It is a district that would have a voting pattern that has been more traditionally Republican than the previous district that you're in. So I'm just making that comment. That's just a factual comment based upon what we saw as publicly released. So just to be aware of it. The commission primarily weighs what it calls, as we understand it, as I understand it, communities of interest, which can be defined in different ways. But there is a second interest in that the goal is to create politically competitive districts. So those are two things that kind of have to be weighed out. So this is a quick overview of the House districts. And stop me if there's questions, or we'll proceed and then just save some time at the end for questions. And I'll turn it over to Katie to cover the Senate districts.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the state Senate districts. Thank you. I'm going to talk about the state Senate districts and what.
Can I ask a question before we get new material?
Sure.
Is that okay? So there's something you said I don't think I understood. So did you say that that Manitou has in fact been combined with the West Side and Monument?
No, not
That
quite.
was discussed and rejected?
Yeah, that was
Okay.
discussed. Just to clarify, the previous map, the preliminary map, not this map, the one that was before, drew the House district in a way that Manitou Springs would be not in any House district on the west side or Colorado Springs, but would actually be tied with Monument. This previous map removes that. This new map removes that. No longer tied to Monument, now tied to the west side of Colorado Springs. Does that answer your question?
So the new map that we're not with Monument, we're just with West Side Colorado Springs.
Correct.
Is that new map the one that is being proposed? Or how does the new map relate to the old map?
Yeah, the new
Did
map.
it supersede the old map? We don't have to worry about Monument anymore? or-
Well, in a sense, it has, I suppose. What the commission is, this is, for lack of a better word, this is the second map. They'll have public comment running through this weekend, and then the commission could direct the staff to prepare a third map. And so there could be another map that could come. So this is the latest version that's been released for public comment.
And the public comment this weekend, can you give us information on how one might participate in?
We
Okay.
do, and we have a slide coming up on that.
Thanks. Again, I'll show you a little, again, you can see here, this is the House district map, and I'm going to move now to the state Senate district map. Again, the populations required for every state Senate district are a bit larger. And so what goes on now with the proposed in this new map for the state Senate district is they are putting Manitou Springs, as you can see in this map. This is the western side of El Paso County. They're putting it in a new state House or state Senate District 11. It's centered on Manitou Springs, as you can see. It includes everything up to the border with Teller County of the Ute Pass, and then it goes to the east into downtown Colorado Springs. And the borders on that, again, we can zoom into streets, but it's basically going to Circle and then going to Academy as being the new state Senate District 11. That's what is coming out now in this map.
So it does not include Woodland Park.
Woodland Park is in a different county, and they usually try to keep municipal boundaries, like counties, in mind. El Paso County is so big that we have basically 4.25 type of state Senate districts in our county. And with this, what we wanted to say is, again, it's really through the 18th that the public is encouraged to give testimony on either of these maps, either the State House or the State Senate map. There's the option to do a live 3-minute testimony. That live testimony is via Zoom, and there are 3 sessions for that. You need to sign up in advance, and they are only taking 40 speakers per session. And, we're giving you the link there. If live testimony is not something that is available to somebody, written comments, either an email or there's a web form, very clear about how to submit written comments as well. They're on the public website for about redistricting. They don't say about what the last day is for public comments, but it may be said the 18th as well. They're having a big meeting on Sunday about the legislative maps where they're looking at all of the public comment to date. So I don't know what they would do with public comment that they received on Sunday or sometime after that. So that's really the time frame for giving comment. There are an awful lot of resources because this is very much a public participation process. And so this website is the best place to go to get to see the maps. They have ones which are just showing you El Paso County. They have very interactive maps if you want to get down to the street level as well. But everything is available to you to learn a little bit more about where these proposed maps are this week and give comment. And I think that's where we wanted to end it right now, but we're open for questions.
Could I
Absolutely.
ask, how does it differ from our current configuration? Or, last year's configuration, I
right,
guess is a better way to say
yeah.
it.
I'll start on the House side. The current Manitou Springs is currently in a House District 18. Representative Mark Snyder is the representative of that House District. The primary difference in that map is it picks up, and perhaps I can just go back and I'll ask Katie to.
Yeah, it looks like it goes up to Rock Rimmon.
Right, it does.
Yeah, I live up in the northern
Yeah,
part.
why
It
don't you
goes-
take a look at this? Sort of
It
describe-
goes all up to Rock Rimmon, including the Peregrine neighborhood. The south border of the Air Force Academy is the furthest north.
And
House
it-
District 20 goes.
And it picks up Broadmoor areas as well, am I correct?
Actually, it's going all the way down to the city border of Colorado Springs, which is south of NORAD,
Right.
along 115.
And what was the configuration of, what is it changing from?
It didn't have these northern and southern tips, and it would have extended further west. So it basically, it kind of now ends at Manitou Springs, and it would have gone a little bit further west. And the trade-off is that it picked up both some northern edges here near the Air Force Academy, and then further south through the Broadmoor. It has become more of a north-south shaped district, where it had more of an east-west nature previously. And it extended a little further into downtown Colorado Springs. The previous district, there were points where it crossed, if I remember correctly, it did cross at a couple of points 25, and now no longer does. Does that answer your question or give you some sense? We can send you this current 18 map as
Yeah,
a follow-up.
and just for clarification, OCC, Old Colorado City is included in this now, correct?
In this map, and in your current district, it was not in the.
With the last version.
With the last
Right,
version,
right, right.
correct.
But downtown Colorado Springs is not included in this.
Downtown, if one wants to define downtown as being east of 25, which is, fair, then downtown would not be, correct. West side, Colorado Springs.
Do you guys have any data to show registered voters and the party that each registered voter is in, comparing the current versus the proposed maps?
Definitely on the proposed maps, that's all available on the redistricting website. They have the they have the election results. They summarize, I think, like 6 or 7 recent elections in terms of how those were there. They also have registered voters in every proposed new district. They break that out by party in terms of unaffiliated, Democratic, Republican, and other.
So they don't give us any tools to do a comparison, is that correct? Then we just get the new deal?
I-
The reason I ask
Yeah, I
is,
mean, I guess in the old ones from a recent year, those could be available from a public source as well, but I'm not sure that that's available, like from the year 2019 on a website.
Yeah, Katie's absolutely correct. So if you go to the redistricting website, they will not have they'll just tell you, what they've taken is all of the census tracts for 8 different elections, and then they've calculated, well, what if this district existed during those elections, how would they have voted? So you can see the propensity by various parties in the new map. Now, the county clerk's office, and this data is all publicly available, and as a follow-up, I can email the clerk as well. The county clerk also has what House District 18 has voted on in the last elections. And so both sources are public. I can tell you this district becomes a more conservative district, a more Republican-leaning district in this new map than it was in the old map.
okay, I kind of missed that last sentence, but it seems to me like what's happening is that we're having a lot more Republicans in the new map than we did under the old map, just because of the location, I'm just guessing, because of the demographics. Am I correct? That you got, we currently have, or we used to have, if we're including some of the further west of Manitou, I would guess that would be a little more Democratic than south of NORAD and up by Peregrine and stuff. Am I guessing correctly? Is that right?
That's my assessment as well.
So they're diluting the Democrat vote with this particular map. They're diluting it from what it's at now based on our current House and Senate district. Am I correct?
That is correct. And I'm just making an objective statement, not
Yeah, I'm not
connected
saying
to
if that's good or
my
bad. I
posi-
just
yeah,
wanna know.
whether that's a good or bad thing, but yes, that's clearly fact. This becomes the dilution of voters who might lean Democratic are diluted in this map versus the old map. I think that's a fair statement based upon what's been released.
And did you say in your opening statement, I wrote down the word what is that word? I didn't spell it right. I don't know if you said compatibility or some word, some concept that's used to try to figure out what the new district should be like. Is there an effort to try and maintain similar voting blocks, or is the effort like, oh yeah, let's just dilute? Are there any rules or guidelines on diluting or beefing up the vote on one side or the other of the aisle there? It seems very, you know what I'm saying?
I do. I
the
do.
rules?
My understanding is that the commission is not to draw maps to gain any partisan advantage or to gain any particular advantage for any incumbent candidate. The overarching the principle that they follow is what they call community of interest, which is a bit subjective because people can define their communities differently. There is one other goal that they have, which is to create competitive districts. So they do that has been a goal. Now,
What does that mean?
yeah, what that, again, and I'm not an expert here, but it's been something that is debated as to what's competitive and what's not. As I understand it, it's an attempt to create districts that would be more likely, one definition I've heard, to change hands or change offices within a 10-year period. So to look at districts and have fewer districts that are, say, weighted to the advantage of one party versus the advantage of the other
So they're
party.
trying to get closer to a 50-50
Trying to get
balance?
closer to some notional of a 50-50.
And
Is that why they're sticking all these Republicans in with Manitou? Because they want to balance us out?
I don't know that the commission has thought about that particularly. One thing that has been important to them has been coming up with a definition of what competitiveness meant, and these were mostly on statewide races. and this is an amalgamation of many statewide races, and about the idea of getting it, you know, I think the idea was like maybe plus or minus 5%. That would be an ideal in terms of what is a very open, contestable district. I think as they look at the entire state and talk to people around the entire state, community of interest was more important than competitiveness. Defining a community of interest, that's a higher criteria. And as a result of that, there are going to be districts which they can't get within that plus or minus 5% going one way or another. And so then they're looking overall across the entire state, do I have enough competitive districts going on? Not necessarily, is every district competitive? So thank you for bringing up the current State House 18, right, which you can see that it's going into downtown more so than just being a west side district. So that's the current one as versus just being all the way up. I-25.
The western boundary really still is Manitou Springs. The real trade-off is the downtown. So the downtown is not part of the new district that Manitou Springs would lie in. And the trade-off is Manitou Springs now lies would, under this map, lie in a house district that combines, areas north near the Air Force Academy and south with Broadway.
It definitely changes the political complexion, but it sounds like that is something that the commission has been trying to do, is to.
It's one factor.
Yeah, I don't know that it's the most important factor in
Yeah.
any way.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it just seems like, I can't understand logic, and I promise to stop bogarting after this, I'll be quiet. But it just seems odd to me that somebody would decide that we have more in common with NORAD than we do with our neighbors to the west. I just find that disingenuous, and so I'm confused, but.
And again, they are very open to hearing public comments. They are very open to hearing public comments from people who have a leadership position. I think that's something else that seems to go on, as long as you declare what your leadership position is within a community. And they seem to remember what people say more so than probably what people write. And again, this is just me in terms of my recollecting of what they are saying in their meetings about why they've made some choices in certain areas.
So given that our ties, in my humble opinion, are much, we have economic ties, transportation ties, cultural ties, much more so with downtown Colorado Springs than NORAD, even though I used to work there, or Rock Rimmon. They would take that into consideration.
They would take that into
And if we as a
consideration.
council were to say, to ask our mayor to go and in the public comment and say something like that, that might be listened to. Or we could each say it.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So,
Can I ask what your thoughts on, and maybe it's 50-50, what would be the more empowering position to take for each council member to do an individual 3-minute Zoom, or if we had our mayor, have a consensus of the council, and, I mean, would one have more sway than the other?
I think both would be effective, and if you're able to consensus as a body, I think that would obviously have a certain weight. Given time constraints, you may decide that, it's to comment at the individual level. I do know that they, or at least my impression is that they really value community leaders, people who represent city councils, chambers of commerce, large organizations that have a perspective across the community. They seem to really weigh that. I've attended some of the public hearings. I don't know, Katie, if you have a similar view.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, it's also a dialogue, so you will have commissioners, they may ask you a question. They also, especially for bringing lots of data to play, they would love for you to also then upload it via the web form so that they've got a written testimony as well.
council, other questions or comments? If not, I'd kind of like to go around the table here and get your feelings here, and while we still have some expert advice here. Natalie, you're nodding your head, so why don't you speak first?
Sure. I just kind of want to reiterate some of the things that Julie mentioned, but just that idea that we have much more in common with our neighbors to the east than we do to the north and the south. And we could be more specific. We could say things like NORAD versus, the downtown. As someone who works in the arts, obviously, we have the Creative Corridor, we have First Friday Art Walk, we have a lot of creative economic economy that runs along that Manitou Avenue, Colorado Avenue, Pikes Peak Avenue stretch. And I see strong economic ties to that. John Shada mentioned, we grocery shop in Colorado Springs, and so we all go to the King Supers and some of those things. So we're definitely a part of those neighborhoods.
Great, thanks. John?
I guess I'd like to add too, I mean, all these neighborhoods here that are on this slide here are all the old original maps of the Colorado Springs area. We're all older neighborhoods, okay? We share a lot of the same kind of transportation corridors and things like that. In terms of, like I said, people who live in that downtown area all shop in the same King Supers as we do on the west side. I mean, this is kind of how you kind of run into people from, those neighborhoods there. And nothing against being, related to people up in Rock Rimmon or further down the Broadmoor. I mean, they're all great people. It's just that those aren't our usual historic overlaps in terms of common interest, in terms of everything from air pollution to traffic to historic corridors, the whole 9 yards. I mean, these are all the old, core Colorado Springs neighborhoods. Thank you.
Good point. Judith?
Well, I don't have anything else to add in addition to what's already been said, with the exception of, and I am in agreement. So I would just add that if that is the trend that we're going in, I do think it's vitally important that we have one or more statements. So I'll wait to see what happens at the end of the table. But I'm fully in agreement that it's important for us to, for all of those reasons stated, make a statement to that effect. And so I'll wait to hear what the consensus is, but I think it's really vitally important that we make a statement.
Okay, great, thank you. Julie, you want to go next?
I agree.
Sounds good. Nancy?
Ditto.
Yeah, I was going to say ditto too. You took the words, you beat me to it. Okay, so I think we have a sentiment of what we want to do. Now the question is, I suppose, how we would like to do it. We could make several independent presentations, I suppose. We could do the 3-minute open mic sort of thing. We could make written statements. If you want, I would try to represent everybody's sentiments here, representing the city in the capacity of the mayor's office. I'm willing to do that. Again, let's go around the table and see what we want to do. Let's start with you, Julie.
Yeah, that's fine, assuming what you would say is everything that's been stated here, that we want to stay connected to our neighbors and so forth, and we don't want to lose Colorado Springs downtown, and yeah. So as long as you're going to say everything that we've talked about here, I think that would be fabulous, because that way we can each make an individual statement if we wish, but we still have the mayor representing the council as a group, and then we can make our own individual statements as to various reasons or what have you, if we'd like to add to that. So I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, and just to clarify, if you asked me to do that, I would write something up first and get it out to you. And if you have any real heartburn with it, I'd try to, give you a heads up so that we come off as a single, unified voice and not have to do any backpedaling. I think we want to be firm and direct. So I would do that. Nancy, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's great. I would be comfortable with you definitely presenting. I think rightly or wrongly, the mayor has more pull than the rest of us do. But I would also be supportive of us as individuals trying to get onto the agenda. And it sounds like if there's only 40 slots, that may be challenging. I don't know if the mayor would get, I don't know if they're full up yet or not.
I think you'll only know once you click the form saying you want to
Okay.
sign up. It's a one-step sign up, but you do
Okay.
need to go to the
So I
redistricting.
hope you would download this briefing so that we would have access to that as well.
Just FYI, I just signed up, and so
Great.
I think we ought to, so it looks like there's at least was room for me, because I just hit it.
Okay.
So I suggest if John's going to, sign up, we do it pretty quick,
quickly.
even like this evening.
Okay.
And
If
I
there's
al-
only 40, I mean, I don't know whether this is it, but they did send me a confirmation. Okay. I haven't read the whole thing to see whether I can escape out of here, but I hit submit just to see whether it went through, so. just-
I also say that I like the idea of the mayor sending us a draft of what he prepares to say so that we can all speak with one voice. Thanks.
Thank you. Judith?
Yes, yes to everything. And just a question. So I would imagine that if we had citizens in Manitou that also wanted to partake in this, is this something that we can put out in a press release to give people the opportunity to also take advantage of putting their input in if they want to? So, food for thought.
It is encouraged. It's encouraged for anybody to
Does it
give
have to be
comment.
done by Saturday?
Unfortunately, it
Yeah,
does.
so
Again,
we only have till
Yeah.
Saturday, so we only get a
So
few days.
I don't know how we get that out there, but I guess word of mouth, call people, but I'm, just if whatever means we can use to get anyone interested, I think power in numbers, so just putting that out there.
Great, thank you. Natalie,
I'm okay with everything.
you good
Ditto.
with that? Mr. Shady, do you have anything to add? Okay, now, okay, okay, so, but John, I want you to use your credit card. Okay, so, no, you don't have mine. He's only joking. Phone number 719-400-8106. Okay, so I'll do that. I'll try to put something together tomorrow and get it out to everybody, and then just respond to me alone so that we are in compliance with the open records sunshine and this open meetings law. Okay, that said, since we've got an opportunity, we have our two subject matter experts here. I think you see what we want to do and what our sentiments are. If you have suggestions, we're listening.
No, I think I don't have any suggestions. I think these comments are wonderful, and you're obviously have the great sense. And I personally have been a little underwhelmed by the amount of public comment that has come back, and I think the commission needs to hear from the community. So I applaud you for being willing and able to do that. I don't know if Katie, you have anything you want to add?
Great. Well, thank you very much. We very much appreciate your coming and sharing your knowledge with us. This, I think, sets a good direction for us, helps us navigate this. So thank you very much, Katie and John.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Great, thank you. So moving right along, our third item tonight is bicycle safety. And we're going to hear presentations by Carl Stang and Corey Satella. So gentlemen, if you'll come up, please. And yes. Oh, sure. Gentlemen, without ado, you have the floor. Oh, sure, okay, yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Let me just do a quick introduction. Usually Roy would do that, but he's not here. One of the things that the mobility group has been working on is this yield to stop for bicycles. And so they put together some documentation, and then we also have Chief Otto here to give his perspective if you would like. But I'll go ahead and turn it over to them as they're presenting. Thank you.
Gentlemen, who wants to start?
I'll start. Do you want
Okay.
an introduction?
Yeah, if you, again, we'd, your full name and address, and that'll be enough.
Okay. Carl Stang, 204 Crystal Park Road.
And I'm Corey Sutella, 216 Pilot Knob Avenue, and member of the Mobility and Parking Board.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. No worries. Yeah, maybe while the presentation is being pulled up, I think of myself here tonight, being here representing Pac-Man, Pedestrian Cycle Manitou. So while that's being pulled up, we're here, and as per Pac-Man, and Pac-Man, of course, our focus is on advocating for pedestrian and bicycle within Manitou. We believe that's important for, safety, for the health and benefit of citizens and visitors, as well as the environment. So how do I advance this? Oh, all right, thank you. Okay. So the first slide here is just trying to kind of set the groundwork of, what is the safety stop? I think this is kind of a new concept for a lot of people. And so just kind of want to walk through this. And so the first piece of this is it allows bicyclists to treat a stop sign as a yield. And as well, cyclists may treat red lights as a stop sign, and then left turns allowed in one-way streets. And it's important to note, that the right-of-way rules do not change, right? This is not trying to advocate for cyclists to blow through stop signs. Just like if you're in a car and you go to a yield sign, the cyclist is expected to treat it as a yield sign, to actually slow down, yield the right-of-way if there's traffic, but if not, they're allowed to proceed without coming to a full and complete stop.
I'll just jump in and add that kind of codifies what a lot of bicyclists already do. If you think about how you use a bicycle, how often do you come to a full stop and put your foot down at a stop sign? Really, this is a proposal to codify behavior that is very common already.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, I think it's important to really highlight, a lot of people, cyclists maybe have a perception issue with some segments of society, and, it's really important to call out that, this doesn't change the right-of-way. It's not trying to legalize illegal behavior. It's trying to, like Corey said, to basically legalize what a lot of cyclists are doing. As a cyclist, it takes more energy to get up to speed, and it's also safer to not come to that full and complete stop at the intersection. Clearing that intersection as fast as possible actually puts that cyclist in a safer position. And so, just want to emphasize, they can't blow through the stop sign, right? They have to treat it as a yield. They have to wait until things are clear, and you can only proceed when there's no traffic. Yes?
I'm not a cyclist, so I need you to help me. How is it more dangerous if I'm a cyclist and I stop at a red stop sign as opposed to yielding? Can you explain that for those of us that aren't experienced?
Sure, yeah, there's a couple factors to that. So, and there's another slide further on, but, the intersection is the most dangerous place for a cyclist. The more time you spend in that intersection, the more likely you're to be hit by a car that's making, a turn, coming the other direction. And so if you can clear the danger zone, which is that intersection, and do it at speed, you're safer, and it results in fewer crashes. As well, it actually helps clear the intersections, and so allowing the cyclist to get through that intersection versus queuing up, and then motorists queuing up behind them, the cyclist taking off at that slower speed than the motor vehicle, and there being that conflict, cyclists can clear that intersection, be on their way, and the motorists, proceed, and it kind of reduces that conflict zone. So I don't know if that helps address your question. Okay. So, like I said, this is new, I think, to a lot of people, but yet this has been in place in multiple states, and most importantly, it's been in place in Idaho since 1982, and that's kind of hence the original term. This was known as the Idaho stop. But as you can see, multiple other states have approved this and allowed this, and it's quite a diverse set of states there. And then you might also ask, hey, where else in Colorado is this in place? And so here's the list of cities that have that, the rules in place. Most recently, Thornton, Englewood, and Steamboat have passed this. And Breckenridge, Aspen, Dillon, and Summit County had this in place, and there was different rules. And actually at the state level, Bicycle Colorado, I'm going to jump ahead, but Bicycle Colorado got passed common language at the state level, providing common language for all municipalities to adopt, but it's up to each individual municipality to approve. And so all these are now under that common language, and anybody that adopts the new version has to follow that common language.
Yeah, just let me jump in on that. So it was just about 2 or 3 years ago that it was passed at the state level. The model language that the state recommends that a municipality should use if they want to move ahead with this concept. And they did that because there was a variety in different ways it was being implemented in the state. So the state law that was passed doesn't dictate that you should implement this law, but if you want to implement a concept like this, here's the model language that you should use to be consistent going forward. So that's where Thornton, Englewood, and Steamboat have made this change since then.
Excellent, thank you. And so it's important to note that there is some studies and data proving that this results in fewer crashes. Boise saw 30 to 60% fewer crashes than comparable cities of size. And so I think that's meaningful. And then there's references to some additional studies here. And even this following slide, the city of Chicago studied it and made recommendations to pass this in Chicago. And there's just a couple slides. This is the details behind that common language. That all happened in 2018. The representatives that supported that, and really trying to create the predictability through the uniform language across the whole state. So, getting back to Councilor Wolf's question, hey, why do cyclists roll through? Why is it safer? So just reiterating, to be out in front of the traffic, that visibility, not having to slow down, moving at that faster speed, and getting out of that, in this case, it's talking, one of the most common accidents for cyclists is what's called a right hook, where a motorist makes a right-hand turn in front of the cyclist, and so trying to get out of that right hook zone for safety purposes. So just a number of points about why communities might consider this new law. It's really the main point is safety, reducing of crashes and conflict. Of course, like we led with, trying to address the congestion, pollution, and health benefits. And you can see that list of cities that have approved this. I think this would be kind of make Manitou Springs stand out. Be a leader, be viewed as healthy and bicycle friendly, can attract some positive tourists and visitors, as well as make the city be more bicycle friendly. And also, one of the kind of common pieces of feedback that I've heard from Bicycle Colorado and talking to the other cities is that it actually frees up police resources, so they're not having to deal with kind of this, people complaining about cyclists, not coming to a full, complete stop when they could be off, focusing on more important activities. So just a couple more slides here. So one, just kind of trying to summarize, why people might like it, and differentiating between those who primarily drive and those that bike. Having the safety stop in place, it's, one less vehicle in front of me, less confusion, and they can actually see the bikes, right? They're not all around me, right? They actually clear the intersection, they're off ahead of me, and I'm not having to, wait for them to get off and running. For the cyclists, it's, you're not that sitting duck at that intersection, you actually can stay moving. It codifies what, a lot of cyclists already do. And as well, you can see the cars, right? They aren't all around you. You're not kind of queued up and grouped or bunched at those intersections. And so some reasons why some people might not like this, people will claim that, bicyclists should obey the same laws. There's also concerns about, knowing that, hey, if the safety stop has been passed in Manitou, it's, but maybe not passed in other cities. How do you know where it's applicable? And of course, there's always concerns about people getting hit. Though, and just to maybe kind of address some of those, as a cyclist, in the state of Colorado, you're expected to be, treated and act just like any other vehicle. You're expected to obey the law. There shouldn't be, any special consideration whether you're driving a car or riding a bike. You should obey the law. So I think that first bullet maybe isn't quite as applicable. And then, there's different laws in every city, right? And so knowing that there's where the safety stop is appropriate, I think is your responsibility if you're going to actually roll through that stop sign and want to do so legally. And then, as someone driving and or someone riding, no one wants, as a cyclist, you definitely don't want to be hit. You're much more vulnerable. And so there's a lot of motivation not to get hit. And then from, it kind of says the same thing from people biking, people obeying the same laws. Of course, a lot of cyclists want this to be statewide. We haven't been able to get the kind of support at the state level, but I think, we're trying to do this at the jurisdiction level, which is good. And there's also some people that will talk about, what should we teach kids? And I think, in this case, it's just like any other traffic safety device. You teach kids, when it's appropriate, right? And so the safety stop is probably not something you're going to introduce immediately to your child cyclist who just started riding, right? You're going to save that until they can make the proper determination and do so safely. So, anything more to add, Corey?
Yeah, I guess only to say from the basis of this, our assumption is that we're trying to follow, as laid out in Plan Manitou, that we're trying to improve opportunities for for multimodal transportation. And so the idea is if we can make bicycling safer and more convenient for people, then that's less people, people will be more likely to make that choice. They won't be forced to, but they're more likely to make that choice. And this is a way that will allow them to be safer. And I think it's worth mentioning, I don't know if you guys were informed, but at the Transportation and Parking Board, we did make a recommendation after reviewing this. We made the recommendation that we would bring this issue forward to you here for council's consideration and to find out if there are any questions or if there might be a way that we could move ahead with implementing it in Manitou.
And council, just to be clear, when Mr. Satella mentions implementing here, the proposal this could lead to an ordinance that would make this, the law, just so you're aware of that. Denise, were you about to say something? Did you?
Yeah, I was going to say, we're asking direction if you want us to move forward with bringing an ordinance next week and then 2 weeks for first reading next week and then 2 weeks a second reading. So this is information and asking for direction from council.
Also, we're going to hear from Chief Otto to get the perspective of the police department. But I think while we have Corey and Carl up here, this is a good time to ask questions. So council, if you have questions or comments for these gentlemen? Okay, I guess not. If this point then, if we could have Chief Otto come up and if you could, gentlemen, thank you. Stay tuned, we may have follow-on questions. Good evening, Chief. We'd like to get your thoughts, the police department's thoughts on this proposed ordinance, and obviously, we're concerned about safety and consistency and that sort of thing.
Okay. I met with Mr. Stang last week. He kind of went over the same thing we were talking about that he presented to us tonight. I reviewed the information he's given me, made a few phone calls on some of these other towns in Colorado that have adopted this ordinance. I only heard back from actually one of them, though. And I also went and looked into CRS, which basically is our law book that has all the criminal statutes in it. I did find the statute that refers to this, and exactly what Mr. Stang told you is what I found it for myself, that it's up to each municipality to adopt this. It's not a statewide, a mandatory law yet. So it would have to fall on the city council, the city of Manitou, to adopt this. I will tell you, I'm not a biker either. I can't really speak from that point of view. I guess one of the questions would probably be, how would this affect city, our police department? I can tell you, I don't remember a call that any of our officers went on this summer that involved a bicycle or a bicycle that was, or an e-bike for that matter, that was ticketed for running a stop sign, speeding, or anything of that nature. I did an informal poll of some of our officers and supervisors to find out if there have been any type of violations that we've actually cited a bicyclist for. And I think the closest anybody could give me was about 5-6 years ago when a drunk bicyclist ran into a parked car. That is pretty much it. Like I mentioned a minute ago, I called Breckenridge PD. I called Steamboat as well. I did not hear back from Steamboat. What I was trying to do is get a feel for how this is working, if this is something that all the cops and all the citizens and everybody knows about, and if they're enforcing all these new changes. Heard back from one gentleman. He was one of the patrol supervisors. He was not aware of it. The safety stop ordinance, he says Breckenridge obviously considers themselves a bicycle-friendly community, but had no idea, and he was actually going to check and get back to me, and I haven't heard back from him yet, and he's going to talk to some of the traffic people to see if they have had any more information on this. Some of the other, I did call, like I said, Steamboat, and their commander up there never called me back, or hasn't up to this point called me back. So that is the only information I have on communities that Mr. Stang gave us that have adopted this. Look, I did make a few notes here. And the stuff I was reading today in the CRS book, it referred to a lot of stuff with reasonable speed for a bicyclist. To presume reasonable speed is 15 miles per hour, but each municipality has the authority, and correct me if I'm wrong, to increase that to 20 miles per hour or to decrease it to 10 miles per hour. I don't know what effect that will have, I'll be honest with you. Like I said earlier, I don't recall a lot of resources at all, police resources being tied up with bicycle issues. Again, like the gentleman just presented, it's happening anyway. I think we've all seen it. It's happening anyway. Are we going to call it illegal and now make it legal? I don't know. I don't know if it was illegal before. I mean, there's nothing in the CRS that points to what constitutes a full stop for a bicycle. So, I mean, it's kind of up in the air, I guess, as far as having a definitive answer for that. What kind of answers can I give
Quick
the
questions.
council?
Mr. Shade, I believe you have a question?
Yes, I'm looking at bicyclecolorado.org, the Colorado Safety Stop. And I guess I want to ask you, Chief, two particular questions.
Sure.
It says the definition, I'm just going to read this right off their website. What is a safety stop? The safety stop creates a safer way for people on bikes to cross at intersections when they have the right of way. The maneuver allows people riding bicycles to treat a stop sign as a yield sign when they have the right of way.
Yes.
Okay, do you see any problem with that in terms of from an enforcement standpoint? In other words, if there's an altercation, is this clear? Do you think this is clear enough? For,
I do, based on right of way.
Okay.
Who has the right of way?
Okay.
I am sure every bicycler, if that's a word, would probably not want to be on the receiving end of a car hitting them.
Right.
So it would be in their best benefit
Okay.
to clear that.
So then in the same way, second question, it says that a maneuver allows people riding bicycles to treat stop lights as stop signs. So the same way, is the right-of-way and the enforcement of that kind of thing kind of diluted?
Diluted,
Well, you know what I mean. In other words, would it become ambiguous in terms of, because as I would understand it, if you're going through, not coming to a complete stop as a cyclist, and you have a red stoplight, and now you have an altercation with somebody who has a green, you're in violation of the fact that the other person had the right of way.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay,
Right
so
away,
I'm
I
just
think
trying
it
to-
rules it.
I'm just trying to look at these two definitions. Then I guess the other question I wanted to ask is the advocates here that were here, are these the proper definitions that we're talking about? Okay. Hey, thank you.
Good, thank you. Other questions from council or comments? Either for the chief or, well, okay, first off, let's see, anything left? No, okay, hang on a second, we just want to finish our questions and comments to the chief first, and then we'll let you guys back up. Okay, anything else for the chief? I guess not. Thank you, chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Carl and Corey, if you want to come back up.
Yeah, just one clarification, if we may, because the chief brought up the speed, and that's kind of a nuance. So the common language does specify a maximum speed limit for that the cyclist can go through the stop sign that they're treating as yield if there's a clear right-of-way, and it's 15 miles an hour. And so as a municipality, we can decide to change that, but if you do, then you have to have signage that indicates that speed differential. So I just wanted to point that out. So something to consider.
And that applies going through the intersection only. It doesn't apply to the speed limits for bicycles in other parts of the town, in case that wasn't obvious.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Sattel or Mr. Stang? Let's see, Councilor Chandler, please, and then we'll go to John after John.
I was just wondering, so if an ordinance went forward and it was passed, what methods do you want to have in place for informing and educating the community? Because I think that's going to be the big thing is education, and so we're all bicycling on the same road together.
Yeah, you know, I've got a colleague in Steamboat who I sort of asked that question. They've just gone through this, and I said, okay, so what did you have to do to educate people? And the answer was, we really don't have to do much. I mean, we can do a modest publicity campaign to let people know that that is the law, and I think it's something that we might want to brag about in Manitou. But basically, they said that there wasn't a requirement for them to do much, but they were planning to do a education campaign within the schools, and they offered to share some of the resources that they were developing in collaboration with Bicycle Colorado with us. So I haven't gotten that material yet, but I think it's a common thing that comes up is like, when's the right time to explain this to kids and a good way to do it. And so resources will be available for that. I might propose that we could make some signage, we could, put it in the paper, and there's a variety of things we could do, social media, but there isn't a really big need to like push this on everyone. It's sort of, legal codifying behavior that's already happening. Does that answer the question?
And just, if I can add,
Thank you. Mr. Shady, you had a question or a comment?
No, I think Judith kind of covered it, but if there was some kind of educational signage, do we know what other communities have used?
Sorry, I'm afraid I'm not aware of that. I called my colleague in Steamboat to ask, and that was the answer I got, but I haven't checked with a bunch of other communities, so can certainly do that. I think.
I was just curious. No, I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer. I mean, or I wasn't looking for that. I was just wondering if you were familiar with anything like that. In other words, who were in a sense, is it, are we, I realize this is sort of kind of hard to kind of educate somebody from out of town who might see a cyclist, at let's say a four-way stop. That's always sort of kind of, it's always a little confusing to me in terms of when four people come to a four-way stop, how everybody kind of negotiates that. I'm sure there's something there. I think it's probably the first person who enters the intersection has the right-of-way or some technical thing like that. But I just was curious whether you knew whether other people had done any signage or education with it.
I'm not aware, but I can certainly find out if Bicycle Colorado's got any connection to that. And as far as the right-of-way goes at the four-way, I think it's the same way it is for an automobile, which is whoever's there first has the right-of-way, or if they arrive at the same time, then it's the car on the right or the vehicle on the right that has the right-of-way.
and just to add that if I may, so I know what I've seen, and I haven't fully researched it as well, but, the other cities have issued press releases, and, and so trying to, like Corey said, to capitalize on this, that their cities are bicycle friendly. Bicycle Colorado, of course, would probably publicize it, and so there would be kind of a certain community that would be aware of it, but I don't know that they went into an extensive effort publicizing it. And I want to emphasize one more thing, that, just because this ordinance gets passed, you can still stop at a stop sign as a cyclist, right? It's not like you have to roll through the stop sign. You can still stop at the stoplight. You can still treat it the way you used to. So, you can slow roll this potentially, so.
Okay, thank you. Other counselors, let's see, Julie and then Nancy.
It just seems to me that Manitou is such a scary, dangerous place to ride a bike. So if there's anything we can do to make it a little safer, I'm all in favor of that. It sounds like we would just be codifying what's currently the primary practice anyway. So we might as well try to make things a little safer. I'd be in favor of it.
Good, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I'm not worried about the bikers being educated. I'm worried about motorists being educated, because motorists, I think we're even seeing in Manitou now that as we're getting more and more bicyclists on the road, that there's more irritation. And we certainly have seen it in Colorado Springs, where there's tremendous tension between the bikers and the motorists. So you had it on your slide that motorists are saying everyone should follow the law, and that's sure as heck what I would say if I were a motorist and didn't know about this. And I think anything we can do to reduce that tension and that conflict will be very important, and that is certainly a mission, or one of the goals of PAC-MAN is to do education, so.
I guess a question that I have is, in looking at that list you had of other Colorado cities and towns that have adopted this, I didn't see Colorado Springs there, so I'm going to assume that Colorado Springs is not on board with this. I guess my question is, if the culture in Colorado Springs is one way and Manitou is a little different, do you see that being any kind of problem?
So my response to that is, the speed limit in downtown Colorado Springs is different than it is in downtown Manitou Springs, and it's, your responsibility as, a citizen to know those differences. Colorado Springs is much more conservative and hasn't rushed to embrace this. So I think this is a way for Manitou to, differentiate ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shada?
So has Colorado Springs actually had the opportunity to think about this, or has anybody broached it with them?
There hasn't been a formal proposal in Colorado Springs, but I can tell you that I'm involved with bicycle advocacy in Colorado Springs, and basically we deemed that Colorado Springs is a little slower to change and to adapt to new ideas, and for multiple reasons. One, because I live in Manitou, but also because I think it's an opportunity for Manitou to distinguish itself in the region as sort of being a leader. I do expect that it will lead to consideration of the law in other parts of our region, but Manitou is the first one in the region that we serve on a transportation and parking board, and also that we're proposing this to. I think actually, just let me add to that. I think to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I think education about what's happening here, and it's to our benefit if we can let the most motorists know, and to let people in Colorado Springs know that this is what's going on in Manitou. So I'm very happy to hear about the interest in education and pushing out the idea should it be accepted.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Okay. So I guess what we need to do is provide direction here to staff, and the direction is, do we want to entertain this as an ordinance at an upcoming meeting? So, okay, looks like, John, you're in favor? Okay,
I'm in favor.
Okay, taking temperature, okay, and Nancy? Okay, so it looks like the council's in agreement that we'll bring this forward as an ordinance in the coming weeks. I think actually we put a placeholder in there for next week, so.
Yeah, we
Yes,
have
it's
to
there.
work on getting everything in by noon tomorrow, so if not, it will be the following week, but we'll get this moving.
Okay, all righty, great. I think that answers all the questions on this topic. Gentlemen, thank you. Corey, Carl, thanks. Yeah, hey, and actually, those follow-on questions, if you got a chance to research them, those questions could come up again in a week or two. So it wouldn't hurt to, if you wouldn't mind getting the answers. A couple of those things. Hey, thanks, guys. Okay, and the next item 4, it's the 2021 Community Survey Reporting and Analysis. And Alex is going to provide that for us. Alex, do you need somebody up, or can you control? Okay, great. It's nice to be young and smart.
All right, good evening, Mayor Graham, City Council. My name's Alex Treffry. I'm the Public Information Officer for the City of Manitou Springs. I'm going to be doing a PowerPoint presentation on the 2021 Community Survey. So to get started, the purpose of this survey is basically just to provide background on why we did this survey, present the data, and also answer any questions that arise from the data. And then just to briefly touch on the importance of surveys, I find them extremely important because they help us understand our community better. They let administration and city council discover new topics that need to be addressed. And while doing so, they either reaffirm or refute previous ideas of things that did need to be addressed. It takes anecdotal things that you've heard and it puts them into data that you can observe and track and things like that. And so some quick background on the survey is it was launched on April 28th of 2021. It closed May 10th of 2021 at midnight, and respondents to the survey could remain anonymous or they could elect to receive a follow-up from city staff. And this survey was intended for feedback on the city's customer service, but due to some trends in there and other significant findings, some of the data may prove to be helpful with policy-making, decision-making, things like that. So to go over the questions that were asked in the survey, they're all on this single slide. And the survey asked you to, it was very brief. It would probably take about 5 to 10 minutes to complete. And it asked you, please rate the following aspects of Manitou Springs. And those questions in the pinkish red stated Manitou Springs as a place to live, and the quality of life in Manitou Springs, and the overall quality of service provided by the city of Manitou Springs. Those were all on a Likert scale. And so what a Likert scale is, it's a multiple choice question that ranges from very good, good, neither good nor bad, bad, very bad, or I don't know. And you choose from one of those. Pretty standard with questions like these. And then the last questions there are open-ended questions. And they were, what's your preferred way to receive communication from the city? If you could change one thing about Manitou Springs, what would it be? And if you have any additional comments. And I forgot to mention for the Likert scale questions, the first three, those had the option for additional comments if you so pleased.
Can I ask you something, Alex?
Yeah, of course.
So was this just something on the website that people could initiate on their own, or was this actually mailed out? Who was this sent to? Were these Manitou residents only, or can you give me some information like that?
Definitely, that's the next slide. So let me know if you have any questions after that. No worries. So in terms of marketing and distribution of it, we took various routes. So postcards regarding the survey with a QR code that you could scan to get to it. 1,950 of those were mailed out to our utilities list for water. We also had ads in the Pikes Peak Bulletin, various social media posts, as well as a social media ad, and it was also on our website. So as you can see with that graphic there, on the home page, you could click on that and it would take you to the community survey. With that, we had 431 total responses, which is about 8.2 of our population, with the census numbers that I used from the 2019 community survey. And an ideal sample size for a 95% confidence interval for our population is about 359. So we did extremely well in terms of response rates.
Alex, could I just mention on that, there wasn't a guarantee that somebody didn't send in 5 responses, correct? Is that correct? There was no check and balance for that?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get into that a little later on the last slide for the statistical significance section.
But also you didn't ask for addresses, right? So we don't know 100% that they were all from Manitou.
That's correct, yeah.
The postcards send out only to Manitou?
Yes, yeah. The addresses within the utilities list that were outside of Manitou Springs, for landlords, things like that, we did not send postcards to those addresses. And so just to briefly touch on the type of questions asked again, there were 2 types, open-ended and closed-ended questions. And open-ended questions, as it's pretty apparent, allows for free thinking, new ideas, and qualitative analysis, which is more subjective in a sense. And then there's closed-ended questions, which hold the possibility of statistical significance, and they're easily measurable. And so to break down some of the data, for the question to rate Manitou Springs as a place to live, 225 of the responses were stated it as very good, 152 as good, 37 is neither good nor bad, 12 as bad, 4 as very bad, and 1 no response. So overwhelmingly, the answer was very good, ranking Manitou Springs as a place to live. Yes?
If I'm filling this out, what's the difference between if it's a good place to live and if it's a good quality of life? I would have expected those answers to be fairly identical, so I must be missing something. What's the difference? Is it, it must be obvious because you asked both questions and you got different answers.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the questions that were asked, I did not come up with myself. Survey questions need to be very well phrased. If they have any sort of wrong word in them, anything like that, it sort of makes that question invalid. And so all of these questions were taken from much larger cities who can pay firms to do sampling, things like that, and host the survey. And those 2 questions were on all of them. And with this data, I'm not necessarily sure it gives us a good definition between the 2, but it does show that the people answering this survey, did find a difference as what it is like living here. They find that to be very good as a median. And then to skip ahead, for their quality of life here, they found it to be just good as a median. So although we don't have definitions to what each of these mean, it shows that the residents here do see that difference. I don't necessarily have an answer to what exactly is the difference. This is something that was common among every survey that I looked into. About, I think, 12 is what I did, and both of these questions were on each. And so it shows that even if the quality of life isn't as positively viewed as living here, it shows that people really love living here, even if there's room for improvement in the quality of life, is how I would take it. But how I would take it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the correct answer.
If I could interrupt, I had that same question when I was looking through the materials. And I noticed if you add the very good and good together, for this one as a place to live, you get 87.3. When you ask a very similar question, the quality of life, and you add the very good and the good responses together, you get 86.1. So it's pretty close. So for a qualitative kind of a response like this, that seems like we're getting some consistency in the responses. Back to you, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. We touched on it a bit, but just to go over it for the people who can't see the slideshow at home, we had 189 responses stating very good for the quality of life in Manitou Springs, 182 stating good, 36 stating neither good nor bad or they don't know, 21 stating bad, 1 response stating very bad, and 2 no responses. And so then for the quality of service from the city of Manitou Springs, we had 90 stating very good, 177 stating good, 100 stating neither good nor bad, 39 stating bad, and 23 stating very bad. And so I'm going to grab the laser pointer real quick. Well, I don't have the best angle on it. I'll try to do it with the mouse, but we briefly touched on some key findings with this data. But one thing that I find really important to state is that, as we can all tell, the majority of the responses are in the good section of this survey, overwhelmingly for all 3 closed-ended questions. And so when you do a survey like this, you expect it to be a nominal distribution, which means a bell curve, where the majority of the responses are going to be spread upon good, bad, and neither good nor bad. But that's not the case with this survey, which shows that from the respondents to the survey, they find it a very good place to live with a good quality of life and good service from the city on average. And that's not one or two responses, but that is where the median responses trend towards, which is great. It's not what I expected from this survey, just given how stats normally turn out, but I think that's a very positive thing that resulted from this. So I just wanted to point that out. And so then in terms of the open-ended responses, these are any responses that, these weren't to any specific questions, but any of the additional comments, if you could change one thing, things like that. When reading all of these, they all blended together. So it's only fair to treat them as just open-ended responses because they were all very similar from survey to survey. So the most talked about subject in the open-ended responses, with 43.6% of responses stating this, was mobility. And I considered mobility congestion, parking, wanting more use for bikes, things like that. So although that is a larger category to comment on, it was only fair to group it that way, because if someone mentioned congestion, they also mentioned parking most of the time. So that is mobility having that large percentage. Infrastructure was second in line with 82 responses, and we'll break down these a little more later on. 47 stated that the city has too much focus on tourists rather than residents. 38 of the responses stated we need better landscape improvements, whether that's to parks or getting rid of weeds, things like that on the side of the road. 38 were police department concerns, and 33 were in regards to homelessness. So I'd like to mention real quick that you're probably looking at these percentages like they don't add up to 100, and that's because one, in just making this data understandable for everybody who wants to learn about it, this only broke down responses that had 30 or more. There were many things mentioned, but it's always good to look at the trends. And then also, one survey respondent could hit on all of these topics, or they could have hit on none of them. So it wasn't one survey per the most talked about thing. It's if you mentioned it, it counted as an answer category.
You said there were 10 responses regarding the former chief. What were those? What was that about?
So in those responses regarding police department concerns, as with all of these, they're all broken down. And the former chief's concerns, I mean, it's been a while, probably about a month since I've read them directly rather than doing the data. But I mean, they ranged from, wanting further information to wondering if we had a new police chief, what's going on, things like that. I don't remember the verbatim responses by any means. So then, in terms of mobility, with the most mentions, 188, I think it's important to know that 43 of them directly stated a desire for free residential parking. Many of them stated near parks or downtown. In terms of infrastructure, out of the 82 mentions, 54 directly stated roadways or sidewalks. 27 stated water and sewer infrastructure. 11 did not specify. And then there's not really any way to further break down the city is too focused on tourism aspect, but there were 47 responses stating that. Same with the landscape maintenance, still had 38 mentions. And as we just hit on, of the 38 mentions for the police department, 17 were in regards to the, quote, effectiveness of the police department. 10 were regarding the former chief, 8 were regarding the dispatch system through El Paso County, and 5 were regarding police presence. And then 33 responses showed a general concern for homelessness in the area. And then just to hit on the other questions, email was the overwhelming preferred method of communication from the city, with phone, direct mail, and social media fairly close to each other, but email taking more than 50%, which as the PIO surprised me. And then a follow-up from city staff, 68 people opted into that. And then so we brushed on this a little bit, but I think it's really important that we talk about statistical significance within this survey. So statistical significance in general is a really misunderstood term. So I'd like to just briefly state that what it is it's a way to help quantify whether a result is due to chance or a different factor. And it's a way to mathematically prove that to some extent. We hear it constantly misunderstood in daily life, statistics in general. And I'd like to make it very clear on how it applies to this survey. In terms of a minimized budget and just our staffing, and I'm one guy, right? No randomized sample nor any scientific method was used to gain these survey responses. This survey was put out to the community, and we solicited feedback. There's no way to know whether someone submitted 10, submitted 2, or whether someone in, Cascade or in Colorado Springs filled out this survey. But with that said, that also means this survey is not statistically significant. We cannot prove that. But with that said, we had a very high turnout for this survey with very positively skewed responses, as I mentioned earlier. Almost all of the responses are pushed towards the very good and good side of the spectrum. And with that said, and how constant those trends are among all 3 of those closed-ended questions, as well as the open-ended questions, I have very high confidence that the data being reported is valid because of the trends that are shown. We can't mathematically prove it because we don't have randomized samples. But you can look in the data and, if everything was flat or very good at 100, good had 2 responses, bad had 100 responses, and the data doesn't show any trends, that is when you would say, okay, maybe this survey was pointless. But since you can see definite trends that are almost impossible to miss, I'm very confident that this data is valid. So with that, I will go to questions.
Council, questions for Alex? Judith?
So you asked a question, would you like a follow-up from city staff? Was there any correlation between the respondents who gave their name, contact information, who stated that Manitou as a place to live and the quality of life was bad or very bad? Was there a correlation between those specific respondents and whether they wanted a follow-up from city staff?
That is a very fascinating way to look at that, and I didn't even think about it. That's super interesting, and that would be really simple to find out. So I don't know at the moment, but I could let you know that.
I'm just curious if there's another way to kind of massage this data to find out if these people, why they, would say it's bad or very bad. And if they gave their contact information, I think it might be an interesting exercise to reach out and get some data about that. So
Yeah, that would be simple to find out. And actually, that brings up a great point. Also about anonymous surveys is when you have an anonymous survey and people don't have to stand by a name or an address or something like that, they tend to be more negative, which we didn't necessarily see with this either. So I'd find it really interesting to see that data. I could do that for sure. Yeah.
Good, thank you. Denise?
I'll just state, the ones that wanted follow-up, the majority of the issues and concerns were parking and mobility. The concern of how are we managing that, what does it look like? The residents wanting some free parking, because we had just implemented, it was April, May, we had just implemented the new parking fees, and that was a big concern. You could tell that that was a big concern in this survey. And that's the other thing, when you do a survey, you usually look and see what was in the media, what did you just change, those type of things, and see how that impacts the survey.
Other questions from council? Natalie?
I'm wondering, do we have email addresses for most of the residents? I'm assuming we don't.
No. The only email lists that we have are whoever the weekly report sent to, Plan Manitou, and then and the weekly report is exclusively the weekly report, and then also we have that Civic Ready mass notification system, which is why I said it was interesting to me, because I have been wanting people to sign up for that for about a year now, and it's hard to get people to sign up for it, so.
In Plan Manitou, we have, 700, I think?
Yes.
But that isn't just Manitou residents.
That's correct.
That's Colorado Springs, that's other cities. I mean, it's pretty a vast array. But we do try to gather that information. Not everybody wants to give it, right? So they say they want to email, but not everybody wants to give their email at the same time. Do you know how many people you have signed up for Civic Ready right now?
Well, we have a lot of residents from, GFL's database. We have a lot of residents from previous notification systems, things like that. So it changes fairly often. I think right now we're at about 1,500 email addresses. But with that said, that isn't accounting for duplicates. So I would say it's probably closer to 1,000.
Thank you. Other questions? Council? Denise, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think I don't think any of us were surprised. Mobility, parking, and infrastructure, which is what we continue to work on, and something to think about as the budget comes to you in October. But those were the focus from the residents and what they asked for, or the 400 in some responses. I will say you reached out to Colorado Springs and talked about the number of responses, and they were shocked that we were able to get that number of responses. That's pretty much unheard of in surveys.
Yeah, I was pleased at the level of response. I've been skeptical of things like the little kinds of polls that have been done, or that you see organizations do and stuff. But this, for as low budget as it was, and just kind of a good effort, but certainly it, as Alex said, it lacked some of the things that you'd want in a high-price study. I thought we got good response, so people are expressing their opinion.
One other thing, if I could just mention one other thing. The one thing that this has really, I think, promoted is we've now recruited 3 or 4 board members through this who met with me one-on-one. They had concerns, and I said, would you be interested in serving on a board? And I think we now are 4 new board members due to this survey.
Good, thank you. Well, Alex, thank you very much. Good job. And I suppose at some point in the future, we'll do something like this again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to do it frequently and then compare the data.
Yeah, this is good
over time.
information, especially as we get into budget season.
Thank
All
you.
right, thanks, Alex. Okay, so the last discussion item tonight is COVID-19 discussion. And Natalie, I think you'd asked really to make the emphasis next week, but if you have anything you want to mention now, this would be fine.
I think the only thing to mention is that we met yesterday and we're moving forward, and I think we're ready to go. I don't know, do you have anything specific you'd like to mention today versus next week?
So in our meeting yesterday, we just discussed Dr. Domain coming forward and giving us more of a broad overview of everything that you are doing, because there were systems in place that I was unaware of, and I do believe council is not aware of everything that you have in place. So we discussed a more robust, presentation, and then also, we kind of wanted to see what the trends were post Labor Day, and we're obviously, you can see those trends are, not surprising. So hence, we'll have more of an in-depth presentation on the 21st. But if anybody on council has any questions, now would be a good time to put them out so we can have them ready for you when we have this presentation again. Thanks.
Elizabeth, did you have anything you wanted to say? Okay. Council, any other questions relative to COVID? Julie?
As part of the presentation, will we be able to get information on how many staff and how many students are vaccinated? I understand that data may or may not be getting collected, so I have no idea. Is that getting collected?
Are you talking about city staff or school district staff? Yeah, we are working towards those data points. It's a very tricky situation. The health department can help us with that, but it's not quick or easy. It changes often. And so really, I shared with Natalie today, our Board of Education meets on that Monday. And so I'll share with that information what we have with them. At this point, we know what our high school students' vaccination rates are, but that also doesn't capture that some have started the process, so it only captures the % that are fully vaccinated. So we're working on that. And also, it just changes very often. We had a vaccination clinic today, and initially that was at 44 injections, and that filled up very quickly, and so they increased it to 66, which is good news today, just on campus. So yeah, we're continuing to work on that. The health department has not been able to get that quick and easy to us. I also can share that they're pulling from different databases depending on where individuals were vaccinated. So we have access to El Paso County and those sort of state level vaccinations, but if someone was vaccinated in another place, we may not have that. So for example, military bases, we do not get that information. So there's just some hesitancy sometimes. It's a different database. You might be able to speak to that, Nancy. No? Okay.
So are you saying then that the way you'll get your data is to ask the health department how many Manitou students have been vaccinated, and they know which students go to Manitou schools, and they'll tell you?
No, we have to go into that individually and check the records of this database that we have access to. They're also trying to work on another system that they have access to. It's just, it's going to be the data as good as we can get it, and we're going to continue to update it as we get it. And then on the staff side, for example, we know a significant number because of last year and all of the quarantines that we needed to do. And sometimes we ultimately just have to ask a staff member, your ability to stay on campus right now is dependent on whether or not you have had the vaccine, or do you need to quarantine. So we gather that information that way also.
So when you told us that before you were, I think you told us this, that people had to be tested if they weren't vaccinated. So rather than asking the staff if they've been vaccinated or to prove up if they've been vaccinated, you just go to the health department records and that's how you get the answer?
No, they can tell us, the individual. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just trying to find out where you're getting your data on your staff. Is it from the health department or from the staff? Or a little bit of both?
At this point, it's from the staff. The health department hasn't explicitly shared how they're going to get staff-related data to us. To us, that would be easier and way more efficient, but at this point, it's just an email that has been put out to superintendents in the school in this region. Does that help?
Well, if an email's going out to the superintendents, I would expect you to say an email went out from you to your staff telling them to give their information. That
No,
confuses me.
No, so they have access to a database that can help school districts. So they're trying to make that more efficient for school districts to capture. They're the keeper of those records, and so we have to be very careful with the issues of HIPAA and those things. So they're trying to be a resource to school districts.
How does HIPAA affect this? I want to hear what you think HIPAA
Yeah.
has to do with this.
I have to say to the city council, our discussion tonight was really more to say that we were going to share out. So with all due respect, I'm happy to answer any of those questions. But at this point, this is really not what the task force, Judith and Natalie, do you agree with that, or am I off?
I'm comfortable with us incorporating some of these questions
Yeah.
in our presentation next week.
Yeah, I'm happy
Certainly.
to do it, just that's not what we as a task force were prepared to do tonight. Because I would ask the same to the city council, to the city administrator, these are similar questions, and I'm curious about the emphasis and the focus on school staff versus residents or, other members of our community, business owners. So to me, it's a bigger conversation, but I'm always happy to answer those. Yeah.
So because we're dealing with minors, right? Children aged 12 through 18,
Mhm.
17. Is it harder to gather data on minors because they have different protections? For example, I mean, I would imagine that you'd have to get parental permission to release data so that you would have to go through a database, or is that even a factor?
It's
in-
just an access that our nurses have, and so it's it's a very high security, and so, who has access to that database? I do not, and so it's very time intensive, and so it takes time when you have a lot of other things in the school day, and so we know, so for example, when we might need to quarantine somebody, a parent may say, hey, you don't need to quarantine my child because they're vaccinated. That's the information that matters to us real time, because we're trying to keep kids in school with that data. So I know the vaccination percentage rates are important numbers, but for us, we want to know right now how many students might need to be impacted by a quarantine. So I'm happy to talk to your point earlier, what are the explicit processes that we go through during that time, so that city council can also have that detail, that level of detail, because it's very complex and it changes daily. So one day a person might be fully vaccinated or not, and then they are the next day fully vaccinated. So it's a changing situation. Yeah. I am curious about the same questions to city staff, because I think that's part of the discussion, right? This is a mask mandate for all residents and all places within in the city. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, but the reason that we're asking specifically about school data
Mm-hmm.
is because if the school itself is fully vaccinated, for example, with all these kids and staff and everything, it's very possible that council would say, you know what? It's up to you guys if you want to mandate, but we no longer need to mandate masks at school because you guys are so highly vaccinated. But if we don't have that data, that's fine. We'll just keep the masks. I just thought, since there was such a, fuss about, oh God, masks, that, I thought the school might be motivated to see if we can't get to a place where we can remove the school district from that requirement. So that's the only reason I asked.
Thank you for that. I will say that my understanding is the order went in place based on the increases in positivity rates. So I think that's what we were tasked with, not, and the state has explicit expectations around vaccination rates in schools and in communities, and that has recently changed based on quarantine from 70% to 80%. So there's some other information that's coming out from CDPHE, and I think the task force will be willing to share that, absolutely. Also, just like to share that, I talked with Natalie and Judith that our Board of Education meeting is next Monday, so I have an important process in sharing information with them also. So, any other questions?
If not, thank you.
Sure, thank you
Okay.
very much.
And we'll come back and we'll certainly be revisiting this in detail next week.
Yeah, if I could have the question, because it's really important that we have these specific questions to the task force. I know the packet is due tomorrow, and I can just tell you that it's a moving target. So my best hope is this is a productive and positive communication so that we can continue to model this for our community. So I know there's important questions. We're working on them daily, and we are also a small staff. And so our key is keeping kids in person. And so when we need to do real-time quarantining and contact tracing, it takes a lot of effort for our staff. I'm really grateful for them to have that focus of safety and keeping our kids in school. So thanks for the time. Appreciate the time with Judith and also with Natalie. And our nurse, Jackie, is also on that.
Oh, before you go, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Since you have to get up so early.
Yeah.
I don't think it's right that you should be at the end of the agenda and have to address us at 9:30 at night. Would you like it when you come back if our mayor is willing to put you on the agenda
Yeah.
earlier so you don't have to be here until 9:30 at night?
That would be great. Just the
I
only.
think that would be nice,
I
too.
appreciate that
Yeah.
courtesy there. We have a Ute Pass BOCES right before, so if at all possible, if we could go on like around 8 o'clock, that would be helpful. I know that's pretty, around that time frame. Thank you very much for that, Julie.
Okay, around 8 o'clock, okay,
Yeah.
we'll see what we can do.
If it works, yeah, appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thank you all.
And if I could just add, I just have an app and I look at it all the time. And, the 7-day rolling average for El Paso County, I don't know if you've seen it, but the incident rate positivity rate is now 9.22%. It was 7.25% when we initiated the mask mandate. When we initiated the mask mandate, I recall we had about 144 per 100,000 of the population. We're now at 303. So, we made the right call, and this this is not including the spike that is expected to be seen after Labor Day weekend nationwide. So these are troubling statistics, but I think we're doing everything we can to keep our kiddos and people safe.
Natalie?
And I just wanted to add that I do intend on having a pack in by noon tomorrow, but in terms of real-time data, we will be adding additional numbers probably in the moment, if that's okay with council.
Right, yeah, that's to be understood, and we'll probably be keeping a COVID, at least a placeholder on the agenda for all of our upcoming meetings so that we can discuss it as necessary. If we don't need to discuss it, we don't need to spend any time on it, but we would have it there, so it's convenient.
Can I also add, because I think this is important, we're seeing breakthroughs in folks who are fully vaccinated. So we treat those, the same way in terms of isolation. And so I just think it's important for the community to know that we're seeing breakthrough situations that may or may not result in more or less illness. I'm not going to even pretend that I can answer that question. But just we're seeing that data pretty consistently. So thank you. I will not be reporting on that for next week. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate all of the work that y'all are doing and the collaboration.
Okay, thank you, Denise.
One of the things that was mentioned before was to have a joint meeting with the school board, and we have not moved in that direction. And so I don't know if that is something that this council and the school board, I can't speak, I'm sorry, my mouth is dry, if that's something that you guys want to do, but it is something that was mentioned initially, is to have that joint school board and city council meeting.
Council, do we feel like we really need to do that, or do you want?
Yeah, I don't see the point. I think we've got a nice system in place. It's in its earliest stages. I suggest we give it a try and see how it goes before we add more people and more meetings.
That seems like a good idea to me. Okay. So if council has no objections, we'll just go ahead with the task force.
Does the school board, how do they feel? Do they feel like they want to,
Well, I think that those other meetings were around a lot of other topics, not just COVID, and so I think that is important dialogue. I don't know around this particular issue at this time, but I think other times for us to work together is really important, and for us to tackle those things together, but maybe not particularly this issue right now. Since we do have a task force, I shared that back with the school board. I'll continue to attend these meetings. I did remember that it may not matter time-wise because I'm also presenting on another topic, so I may be here with you all again. Okay. Thank you for that.
Good, thank you. Denise?
I just wanted to share one other thing that the city is doing. Since special events has calmed down, I have Megan now helping Kelly with this, with COVID, about 5 to 7 hours a week. So I have some support in the COVID area on that in the city area. So I just wanted to mention that we started that as of Friday last week.
Thank you. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Mayor, I have a question actually for
Oh,
Denise.
yeah.
So
Counselor
I have a
Chandler?
I have a COVID question for you, Denise. So we're, yes, I can. So we're aware of the vaccination rate. Is it possible to know what the incidence of positive COVID cases is in the city with city staff? Is that something we?
Yep, I shared
kinda
that
know?
last week with you. I sent out an email. We've had 5 cases. So.
And are you
yes.
updating, so I did see that, and so is that, are you updating that how often?
We'll do it weekly. When I
weekly?
send out the weekly information to you that I'm trying to send out of the number of vaccines, the number of cases, et cetera, I'll put in there the number of cases that is staff related.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question along those same lines?
Yeah, go ahead.
Denise, when I read that in the report, I was in the weekly report, which is really helpful. I wasn't sure what that meant. Does that mean 5 cases since January, 5 cases since COVID started last May, 5 cases this week? I had no idea
I thought
what that number.
I thought I put the date in the email, and it wasn't in my weekly report. It was just the report that I sent to you. Kelly, do you remember what that started? What was the date that we started that? Was that? I can't, I'm sorry, I don't want to give you a wrong date, so I would rather go back and look to make sure I give you a right date.
I don't have the date with me. However, I can tell you it's 5 cases within the last 60 days that we've had positive.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll put that date in when we started doing that, so I'll do it. I thought I put it in there, but I can't pull it up real quick.
All right, thank you. Well, that takes us to receive or act on council correspondence. And I guess I'll start off with the elephant in the room, and that was last week we had, following executive session, we had decided to send a letter to the city employees and also to make it public. Councilor Johnson had volunteered to take the little draft that I had made originally and turn it into a narrative style that would go out to city employees. And I didn't get a copy of it until it was Thursday afternoon. I think it had been sent. I think, Natalie, you thought you'd sent me a copy, and I think also to Kelly. Kelly thought she'd sent me a copy. It wasn't until I got a phone message Thursday afternoon, probably mid-afternoon, that I realized that the email that they had thought they'd sent it. I looked through my files pretty carefully, and I didn't see any indication I had problems with this email. Kelly then did send me an email, and there in the document there was a PDF file that I don't know if I think that was probably Natalie's original work. There was something attached to it, which I guess was something revisions that Kelly had made. I opened it up and then it disappeared on me. So there was something very funky about that email. It said something about it was encrypted. So at that point, my understanding, it was basically the same idea. and that we needed to get it out. So I told Kelly that, to the best of my knowledge, after we discussed it a little bit, that I would probably, thought it was okay to send that out. And in retrospect, I wished I'd waited and looked at it a little more. So, and of course, there was a flurry of email activity later. Yesterday, I got a copy of it. I basically didn't look at it over the weekend. And it is different than what I'd expected. That said, I did go and rework the bulleted things I had, just put it in more of a narrative format. It's pretty close word to word. For discussion purposes, if council would entertain the idea, I can give you all a hard copy of it. You can look at it. If you want, I can go ahead and make it available to send to city staff. Alternatively, we could discuss it at some later date. Everybody could sign the letter. I've got copies. I'll pass them around unless somebody's got a better idea. I didn't mean for things to get this complicated, this delayed, but I'll go ahead and pass them out if it's okay.
Mayor, may I make a comment about that while you're busy handing those out, just to save time? I just want to go on record, and I want the staff to know, and I want the community to know that I did not read what went out to the staff before it went out. I did not approve it. It says that it's from City Council. And while the mayor just apologized that he didn't really have a chance to read it before it went out, my point is a little different. So for now on, I just want staff and the public to know that if there's ever a memo that's from City Council, it's not from me unless I've signed my name.
And I just want to reiterate that, yeah, I was the lead on this, and it did not go according to plan, and I apologize. And yeah, we will have everyone's signature next time.
I also want to go on record of saying that not only was I not, did I not agree for that to go out, I found it very offensive, and I disagree with a lot of the information in there.
Okay. Understood. And, what I will add that last week, and in my mind, it was clear, perhaps it wasn't in other people's minds, that it's essentially, I think it's essentially impossible for a document to be written by committee. And I think the analogy that I used last week was that Thomas Jefferson, he wrote the Declaration of Independence. Other people signed it. Okay, I mean, we'd still be under the rule of the British if we were to try and do the Declaration of Independence by committee. I think that said, it's not I guess this is a lesson learned. We don't want to do writing by committee. Anyway, if I may, the copy that you have there, I think most of you have a version that's highlighted in yellow. I had to make some additional copies. Some of them are going to be in the highlights will be in gray. So what's not highlighted is, that's verbatim, the little document that I gave you last week, or made available in the notes, and it's in the same order. I didn't do a whole lot to change this. What's highlighted are words that I added or modified, and in some cases, it's a very slight modification, like at the top line there where it says work environment. I think I had said something like working conditions. So those are relatively minor. You should be able to look that over, I think, and see that there's not a whole lot of modifications. Now, I did add a concluding paragraph, which is just, it's more or less a restatement of what's gone before. That paragraph could come out. This is just my idea of how to address the situation and to do it in a timely fashion. I did have the sense last Thursday that matters were very urgent for reasons I don't have a whole lot of detailed understanding, and that had to do with I guess personnel issues in the city. It seemed like it was important that we get this out quickly. And as a matter of fact, I think this was out for maybe just a couple hours on the website and then taken down. And would lean on somebody else for greater, more accurate details on that. Anyway, so it's here for discussion purposes. If somebody's got a better idea, I certainly don't mean to preclude better ideas. I'd be happy to hear them. Councilor Chandler?
Thank you. So I would also just like to go on record as saying that I also, yes, I would also like to, can you hear me now? I would also like to go on record as stating that I also do not support the memorandum that went out to staff. But I look at these situations as yet another teachable moment for us to take a look and do a little bit of a postmortem on what happened. And I think there's a number of things that the document notwithstanding. So I think moving forward, one thing I've learned, several things I've learned is, we set an executive session. We made an agreement that two people would work on this, that council would get a draft, that we could put our input in, and none of those things happened. And I just want to encourage this council that I don't think this particular issue and most issues are so urgent that we can't hit the pause button. I don't have any idea why this had to drop Friday at noon. I mean, that it couldn't wait until the mayor and mayor pro tem were back in town and we can just kind of breathe and go, okay, So I feel this whole thing could have been avoided. And also, I just would also, just for my own information, if the mayor and the mayor pro tem are both going to be away for the weekend, I would just like to know. And so I know prior to, when we were first, this council was first sworn in, that we had a mayor pro tem. And so I would really encourage this council that, I didn't know who is the chief in charge, and so those are just like kind of little things that stem from an issue like this that we can go, oh, here's some issues some problems we can solve and be a better council for it. So I just, those little things, again, I think that this was completely avoidable had we just, paused and not, however we thought it was such an urgent emergency that this had to drop. I'm still clueless to this moment, so I think that we can do things differently next time.
Thank you.
If I could clarify that, whereas I was out of the loop, I was in the mountains camping, so I had no cell service, but the mayor was still accessible.
Well, yeah, that's true. And yeah, I mean, I basically had my iPhone. I've never had such an oddball email that essentially opened itself up and then collapsed. So I don't know what the deal on that was, but yeah, I mean, I was within phone contact, and I did have, I think, a couple of phone conversations with Natalie and also with Kelly Thursday afternoon. So.
And if I could, I just want to say too that, we were tired that night. Technology let us down. There was a series of unfortunate events, but for now, that made a very bad outcome. I just want to clarify, Mayor, that what you are asking us is to review this, get back to you if we have any comments on it by when?
Well, I mean, I actually hadn't gotten that far. If that's what you want to do, then, I guess the time is when you feel comfortable with it. And I guess it's not as urgent as I thought it was. So, I mean, Julie, you got a comment.
I just have a suggestion. So it sounds like what you have in mind is sending another memo to staff. And if that's the case, since they've already gotten this horrible memo, or I think it's horrible, I would think that the first paragraph would say something like, this memo may sound very familiar because you just got something similar that was edited by some other people for whatever reason, but I think you need to start with the paragraph that explains why the hell you're sending this out, since it sounds like something they've already gotten. I mean, that would be weird. You get this memo and then you get like version 2 a week later. I think there should be some explanation so that they understand what's going on. Otherwise, it'd just be very strange, don't you think? Something like an introductory
Yeah,
paragraph?
the whole situation's going to be strange, one way or another, and I guess it's a question, do we want it strange or stranger? And we want it as unstrange as possible. No, I get that. No, okay, yeah, no, I get it, Julie. Yeah, and at the same time, I think you can appreciate it. I appreciate that, I think it's important for the statement to come out to be, I think it's extremely important to be clear to employees that council is behind it, that we all buy into it, and if that takes a little longer, then yeah, we could do that. Yeah, I mean, in a lead paragraph, at the moment, I'm a little befuddled as how that would work, but I get your point, I just need to think on that a little bit.
Yeah, and I would only be willing to sign off on it if there's something in here explaining that we didn't really mean it, what you got on such and such a day. This is what we mean. Because if this is just another variation on a previous memo, and there's no taking back the previous memo, I mean, then it'll have to be from everybody other than me.
Well, right, and I'm wondering too, and I'm hoping this isn't a bridge too far, but if we come up with a statement that everybody was willing to sign, I think that would send a clear message to city staff, and I think it would add, certainly add a powerful level of resolution that we really mean it, and we've given it some consideration. And by the way, folks, whatever we kind of thought we were doing at first, we've swallowed deeply, we've taken second breaths, and here's our best and final statement, and this is how we're going to live and die.
Yeah, and if it doesn't say, and P.S., I retract the previous statement, then to me, it's problematic.
Okay,
But
well,
thank you for thinking
no,
about
and I see you putting that in the lead paragraph, to set the tone. I get that. Okay, so that's a constructive point. Again, at the moment, I'm not quite sure how to do it, but it can be done. Okay, I mean, that's a garden variety problem. We've done stuff like that before. Okay, thanks. Good. Other comments? John, you're full of ideas.
No, not on this one here. I think this is just sort of kind of a general lesson that we, not only as staff and as a council, that we recognize that, number one, sometimes there are work products that are going around, okay? And this is sort of kind of why, the open meeting law is the way it is. Sometimes there's a process where people are going through creating things. And that's why you cannot Cora out every non-work product, every iteration of something. Because sometimes things are not ready yet. And sometimes things are sort of kind of a little bit goofy and a little bit wonky, okay? And not what anybody wants, okay? But if you don't have that freedom to do that. So this is one of these cases here where, however the reason the process happened, okay, in my opinion, something went out, and this was not the consensus of this council, okay, in terms of what we wanted. I think the other thing that's really important too is that no staff member should ever be sending anything out, okay, all right, that is not your own signature, and neither should we, okay? I don't sign stuff for you, and you don't sign stuff for me. And so I think this is just sort of kind of a lesson learned, that basically when you're working on something that is got other people's signatures on it, you need to really make sure they're the ones who are signing off on the final work product, okay? So in my opinion, this was something that, due to the urgency or whatever that was, okay, it didn't get caught, because I think had that not happened, okay, I think a lot of us would say, okay, we need to have this paragraph changed, we need to have this thing and the whole 9 yards if this is going to be a corporate thing. It's a whole different kind of matter if you're sending it out as a director of HR or the mayor, and this is your opinion about certain things, that's perfectly valid to do. I get letters every single day that I don't agree with, okay? Or I wouldn't write it that way, okay? But generally, I try and look for kind of the essence. You know what I mean? I get a note from the bank that says I'm late paying something, okay? I may not like the first paragraph, but I figure out, you know, what it is. So I think that's also part of, I think, the lessons learned, as essentially Judith likes to say fondly quite often, that I think we can learn to kind of tighten this up and realize that sort of when we're just pushing stuff too fast. There were apparently email problems last week, okay? As an example, today, I was sharing this with Natalie, okay? I was searching for something and I found an email she had sent Wednesday. I had never seen that in my inbox. I have no idea. I'm not that goofy of an email person not to catch something in my inbox, but clearly I had not read that, okay? So it seems like to me this was sort of kind of the folly of technology and rushing and the whole 9 yards, and hopefully we all learn that, you know, we do not want to have this happen again.
Okay, good points. Judith?
So I also just wanted to just put out another idea, and not necessarily in defense of all of us involved, but a little bit in defense of all of us involved, because we had a really long evening. We had a packet that was greater than 1,000 pages. We had several very divisive hot button issues sandwiched between two executive sessions. And I just want to throw out the idea that I think that we need to rethink if that's a really good idea. Because at 11 o'clock, I don't know about you, and especially staff who's worked all day and then they're here till 10 o'clock, it feels a little bit abusive, and I think we're more likely to make mistakes. Or, you know, I'll go home sometimes and it's 11:30 and I'm like, boy, I hope I really understood what I took to be the plan. And that's why sometimes I'll send an email and go, this was my understanding, was I right? So maybe the council we need to consider maybe, the packet can't be that long, or, we can't have that many executive sessions or that many hot button issues, or we think about 10 o'clock is our, we have to reevaluate whether we want to vote to extend for 30 more minutes, or we want to put an issue on another agenda, because I want us to take care of each other and be mentally and physically present for, for the work that we need to do. So just, something to discuss. Thank you.
No, that's an excellent point. And yeah, last week's agenda really became bloated. The 6 El Paso was far more difficult and demanding than certainly than I'd anticipated. And I think there's still some odd things about that I don't understand, because in some of the documentation it said this will be the initial as well as the final planning. So I think was planning plat or whatever. Anyway, that was heavily loaded. The anonymous letters thing came up, and we did feel like we wanted to respond quickly to that, so that got added on at the end. So that all contributed to a long evening. Well, council, if you want, I mean, you've all got a hard copy. If you want to look it over, yeah, I guess maybe we don't want a timeline. Let's do it right rather than do it fast. You know how to get a hold of me. It's going to have to be one-on-one. I've got a really busy weekend, but I'll try to get back to you and stuff. I mean, I'm good. My Friday and Saturday, I'm going to be real hard to get a hold of, but I'll try. I mean, I'll be checking email a couple times a day. So unless somebody's got a better idea, or if any of you want to write the letter, that would be, I mean, I'm not going to claim. Yeah, thank you. It's that broken arm's doing really well, isn't it? Okay. Well, okay. And so anyway, look it over. Again, the highlighted stuff is what changed since the bulleted document that I gave you. It's in the same order. And Julie, I'll try to figure out a lead paragraph there to put in the right direction. Okay, does that sound like a plan? Okay, still council correspondence. Now I got some good news. So as you know, we decided to change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples' Day, and we're going to have Indigenous people here the day before. It'll be that Sunday, October the 10th, 12 to 2 out here in Mansions Park. The Southern Cheyenne are going to come, and we're going to have their chief, and I don't know if he's a head chief. He's pretty high, I guess, in the tribe. What's that? He's an elder, yeah, and they'll have some of their other elders, you know, a handful. We're working that out. But they'll be here, and we're going to exchange gifts like tobacco and sweetgrass, traditional gifts, and then we're going to declare peace. So it's going to be, we're going to maybe get this off the ground, you know, and anybody who wants to have a pizza the next day can still celebrate Columbus Day. So anyway, I'll have more information, but basically, noon to 2. It's going to be really almost no expense to the city, really nothing. They're coming. It's the first time they think that they have ever done this with Manitou, and there's also an effort to get some of the other tribes to get recognition. And so it's a peacemaking routine ceremony. Okay, who else has got stuff? Julie.
Okay. I think this one thing is, who's not here anymore, maybe should be addressed to Public Works, to Jeff, but I guess I'll leave that to Denise to determine. But I have an email, and I also got some phone calls last few days about the same topic, where the folks living up on Minnehaha and up there right now are very concerned that there is no way to get, they think there's no way to get a fire truck to them. They think that it's impossible for the truck to get up Ruxton and go around the loop and everything. I did touch base with Randy, and he said that's not true. We could absolutely get up there. The residents are worrying about nothing. I asked if one of the residents wanted to prove it. I don't believe it. He said, I'm not going to do that because we need to keep the truck down here in case there's an emergency. Another issue has to do with Minnehaha, and I'm just going to read from the email here because I don't trust myself to summarize it, but it just says, the section that is most concerning to me is the straightaway going up from the Minnehaha Ave connection point. And I'm not sure what that means. That is where there is a collapsing road edge, comma, no guardrail, and very restricted road width. At a minimum, this section needs to be stabilized so that two-way traffic is safely possible along that stretch, especially with the planned increased heavy vehicle traffic. Will the collapsing section need more than just asphalt? So I would imagine this is not news to you, and that it'll be they're not just going to asphalt over something.
No, we got to get an engineer out to look at that. There's a big issue, as you see there, if you go up there. Yeah, so we are working on that, and that was brought to our attention. So thank you. Yeah,
Thank
and then,
you.
Alex, do you want to just mention about the fire? Because I know we put out I believe, a press release or something on that.
There was no press release with that, but we did leave postcards on all the cars parked on Ute. So the fire truck could get up through like Miramont, Illinois, back there during that work at the base of Minnehaha with its intersection with Manitou Avenue. But that work got, I don't want to say delayed, but a little bit more work got piled on top of that. I'm not too sure about the details, but we wanted to make sure that if there was a serious emergency, that a fire truck can get up there quick and effectively. So I went out there with Larry from the fire department, and we looked on Ute to make sure that, I think he said a fire truck needs 13 feet for an engine to get through
Randy
there.
assured me that it could not go up Ute.
It can go up Ute if there aren't two cars parked on the same spot. So me and Larry went up there and we marked off the spots, or we found out what spots to mark off for parking to mark off to make sure that there are no two cars parked next to each other on the same road. If that's not happening, a fire engine can get up there.
Okay.
That's all.
The other me see here. I guess that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Is anybody else? Judith?
This is not a correspondence. This is just a request. I would really appreciate it when people come to address council, when we ask them for their name and their address, we just gently remind them that their mask has to cover their nose and their mouth. It just, well, I don't know, we have a mask mandate, and tonight it was really troublesome for me. I have to tell you, I was really trying to get, motion to people. But, we have a mask mandate. We need to just gently remind people that that needs to cover your mouth and your nose. Thanks.
Okay, good. Julie?
Sorry, I suddenly thought of what I forgot about. The other thing I was told is up there, Minnehaha, near the bottom where Ute breaks off. Apparently what's happening is, because it's two-way, you'll have 3 or 4 cars trying to come down the hill, like from the incline. And then you have 3 or 4 cars trying to come up the hill from Ute. And that there's no place for anyone to pull over to let the other up or down cars' traffic move. And that it takes a very long time for people to do this slow, gradual, go into reverse as far back as you can. And then seconds later, after that's resolved, it happens again, all day long. So I said, well, I don't know, would it help if we made it just all one way for now while the construction's going on? So that you don't have that problem? You'd still have to, if you want to get to your house on Minnehaha, you'd have to start on Ruxton, but at least you don't have the cluster of all these vehicles. So I don't know, I'm not a traffic specialist, but if that might help the neighborhood, then perhaps that's something we could look at. And that was the thing I'd forgotten about. Thanks.
Good, thanks. Anything else from council? Okay. All right, let's have the city administrator's report.
I have several things. I don't know if you've seen the fire danger signs that we just put up at all the entryways, so we have those now put up. Hiawatha was over the weekend, the tours of that, and I believe there was about 40 people that went through. So that happened. Last week was the library meeting, the Zoom meeting, and we had 25 attendees, and all the responses that I've received so far have been positive for that, so I wanted to share that. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to get to you the first draft of the zoning update. It was supposed to be out tonight. I still don't have it, so I don't want to promise, but the goal is to get it to you in the next couple of days, you and the Planning Commission, et cetera, so I'll be getting that to you. There was a 3-way sign put up on El Paso and Garden of the Gods Place. I did notice that the signs are small, so it's we'll see how it works, and I do notice also that there needs to be some trimming. So you may have seen that, so we'll be working on that. We did do 2 tons of asphalt today. We got some asphalt. So we were able to fill some potholes, not we, it was Public Works. And we went through 2 tons and we're trying to get some additional asphalt. So we're working on that as we move forward. We're working on a ribbon cutting ceremony for Soda Springs, so I'll keep you guys posted. I know Parab is working with Skylar on that. Creek Walk is September 25th and October 2nd. So remember those 2 days. Chipper Days was this weekend. It was Sunday, and we had 55 vehicles that went through for that. Water Tour is on Friday, and I sent out an email with the details for that, so just wanted to remind you. And then I know that Roy's been working with your area on some traffic calming and continuing to work and finding solutions there. The items that I need to work on and we are working on, so I won't have a quick response on, is on Minnehaha, and that's the road that's eroding. If you go up there, it is causing some damage, and it's on both sides. That's why we need an engineer to really look at that and probably do some design work for us and what that will cost. And then, Julie, I'll follow up with on Ute and Minnehaha and it going both ways to see what we can do. So I'll get back with you on those 2 things. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, well, we've covered all the items that we'd hoped to, so without further ado, let's call it a night. We're adjourned.